just have a seat right there.
Great.
Yeah. All right. Been a long day, huh?
Oh yeah.
All right. I know we met before, but I'm Constable Davidson.
Okay.
And what we're going to do is I'm going to have you, if you want to, just write out on this paper. Basically, when you got up yesterday to when you went to sleep last night,
Okay.
and all the important details of the day
Okay.
that you want to write down. Okay.
All right.
I'm going to go set up in the next room.
Okay.
And then I'll be back to talk to you.
Okay. I'm done.
Oh boy, door. Hey, y'all finished there?
Yeah.
All right. Just gonna, do you mind if we just if I take the phone out of them just for a moment there, so we're not distracted?
Okay.
I'll be back to you in, I promise. You can just have a seat there.
Oh, I thought you said we were going to another room.
No, well, I take this to another room. I'll be right back. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, did you power that off? I just didn't want to ring it there. Did you power it down? It looked like it was, but.
It's on silent.
Oh, okay.
So you want me to power it down? Jeez. This is a new phone, so
Okay.
it's just.
I know mine. You press it at the top and then it goes down. But I know they're all different.
This one?
Mine.
Oh, maybe I did.
Yeah.
Maybe I got it. No, I didn't.
It might be it there. Looks like it. They all work different, huh? All right. So I know we met before. Like I said, I'm Constable Davidson, and what I'm just going to do is just kind of go through, I guess, the events, over the last little bit.
Okay.
And I just wanted to get an idea of, of what you can offer me, because of course we're looking into everything, talking to everybody about this, and any little bit helps. And any information that you have or that you can lend is certainly going to assist us. And so I guess just if you have anything on your mind right now about the events, certainly just go ahead and we'll talk here.
Yeah, well, the biggest thing that's on my mind is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
This seems to be something that's not. It's pretty clear in my head that he didn't have a heart attack and die. Something's happened to him,
Mm-hmm.
and so the first thing that runs through your head is this one of those crackhead type things or whatever, where someone goes in and does that kind of thing, or like sort of being in the wrong place at the wrong time,
Mm-hmm.
that sort of thing, or some sort of, or maybe it is natural and it's a drug reaction, but it just doesn't, some sort of a drug intake reaction, but it just, I don't know, just doesn't smell like that's what's going on. So
Right.
your mind's just racing. It's like, this just seems really it's just troubling, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, as far as anything I have to offer, I mean, he's a healthy guy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guy sails like crazy. He up until last year, I think he used to ski 40 days a year. That was his goal. You know, for a guy 69 years old. I mean, you know, people go to Sugarloaf with him and they can't keep up.
Yeah.
And you know, it's starting to show a little bit. He goes to bed a little earlier, stuff like that. But you know, I mean, his health is great. You know, was he the easiest guy in the world to get along with? No, but not to the point where, you know, someone would, you know, who knew him would want to do something to him. It's not like that. I mean, I think most people would say, okay, yeah, he's hard to get along with, but he was never, you know, he was never violent. He was never totally, completely unreasonable that you couldn't sort of go, okay, well, you know, that it didn't entirely make sense, but I mean, you know, knowing him as long as we all have, you know a person's character, and you know when to keep your distance, and, you know, that kind of thing. And, and look, with him, it was a lot easier to keep your distance because it just kept the peace. Right. And so.
How was your relationship with him? You know, from I guess when you were younger to now, and.
Yeah, I would say that my relationship with my dad was probably perfect until, you know, I was a teenager. And then, you know, my teenage years with him were very difficult. Right. I was the only son, so I think I took most of the pressure. Yes. I think his upbringing was, you know, tougher than mine. You know, his father was a military guy, and, you know, grew up with that generation, living through the Depression and everything. His father wasn't easy on him, and my father suffered, you know, when he was younger from dyslexia, and you know, we could, certainly as a family could tell he had some sort of spectrum thing, you know, going on as he was older, and that would rear its ugly head at times, where you would see somebody who, you know, was impatient and did have some, you know, sort of family and social issues. I mean, my father and I weren't close father and son. I mean, we, as I said, you know, in my teenage years, I mean, it was great when I could go off. I was a counselor at Camp Lumber, and I could go off for the summer and I'd be gone. And, you know, I went to...
when did you work there? I was out there, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was in there 95.
Okay, I was much earlier. 1980, CIT in 1983. Right. I was done in 1987. Okay. Yeah.
Great spot out there.
Oh, wonderful. And my kids go now, and it's just fantastic. And, you know, that was... Well, you know what it's all about. It was a wonderful spot. And, and so I was there all summer, and it was great. And, you know, I was... You know, look, you just grew up in a family of really high expectations. Yes. And I think when you're an adult, you understand, and when you're a parent, you understand that, you know, those expectations, why they're there, and that kind of thing. Right. And, you know, I was gone to university. I was gone, lived in Toronto for 5 or 6 years, or 4 or 5 years, and you know, moved back here. And... You know, we would do some stuff together. You know, we would obviously always have family dinner things, whether it be Thanksgiving or Christmas, and some of those were not always pleasant. You know, I would, again, you know, this is one of those things like you see in the movies. Everything is regimented. Yes. Okay, everything has to be perfect. Everything gets put down, and you're a waiter the whole time, and you're on your toes. And if something messes up, then, you know, you just... And so it's those intense situations which where everything has to be perfect, when he can sort of, or, you know, would, you know, it wouldn't go over well. But, you know, this guy was somebody who, he was a bit of a nut, in a good way. Meaning, like, if he was ever in a car, he could tell you how fast it would go, top speed. And, you know, if he went skiing somewhere, he would ski and take us all down the steepest hills. You know, we had an old 1970s four-wheel drive truck, and that was everywhere. We had horses in the family, and we galloped across the river in the winter. Yeah, is that right? You know, so you can imagine how exciting that was at the same time. For sure. And you know, this is a guy who was recently living his dream. I mean, his one item on his bucket list, and that's to sail. And God, the guy was winning races. You know, and that was good. But, you know, he and I didn't have that close father-son relationship. I think we would do well just by. He had this thing that you can't be friends with your son,
Right.
and I get that. He wasn't friends with his father. I don't think I wanted to be friends with him, but and he would say and do things that could be hurtful, but if you didn't see a lot of each other, particularly in the last few years because he's racing, I hardly see him at all.
Right.
So none of us did, and like my sisters did, and my mom went on a trip with them last year down in the Caribbean somewhere, and it was a good time and that kind of thing. And my brother-in-law just went on a fishing trip with them, and I think they just got back a couple of days ago, and for me, I guess the time that I've seen him is when we've been doing this family history stuff, and that's why I was over there yesterday.
Yeah.
And we both have this. I got it from him, but I mean, we both have this real enjoyment in doing genealogy stuff, and I started picking up on it, and I think just being a bit more internet savvy or that sort of thing, I was able to really progress things along, and through a cousin in California who's more his age than mine, was able to get a lot of work. So I'd be sharing this with him, and because he has this wonderful computer system and he can upload all this stuff. So if I've got things written down, it's just me, then I can share it with him. And it's sort of an interesting thing because we have this. Our family, they had this Halifax Oland family, were really, really rich and really, really drove around in fancy cars and big houses and all this, and they ended up having to sell their business because they were too worried about appearances as opposed to more the St. John way where everything's quiet. And so we would have a lot of conversations about that, and particularly the history where you could see all these fabrications were built up about people being more than what they actually were.
Yeah.
So I mean we do that. So we that was kind of a thing where we would having a common interest, and it was sort of the thing where we could have a conversation back and forth without it getting heated or without it getting like that. I mean, but look, we were in business together too. Well, not together. He's a client of mine.
Okay.
I'm his stockbroker, one of his stockbrokers, and have been for ever since I've been back here, so over 15 years.
Right.
And I manage a part of his investment portfolio. So we talk on the phone when he's home quite often, or email conversations, text conversations, that kind of thing.
Yeah. The common link between the two of you, I guess, at this point, through your communications, is business or sailing, something like that.
Yeah, well, we don't sail together. It's funny. We've tried, and we just we did this when I was a teenager, and it went okay. Yeah. But he's just a real hard guy to be on a boat with, so we just stopped.
That should work, huh?
Well, it's just he just barks and barks and barks, and so we just stopped. It was just it wasn't good for our relationship, so we just didn't do it.
Okay.
And we just agreed to disagree.
So how have the last few years been? I know you said growing up in the teenage years and that sort of thing have been a little more. Have they gotten better with you guys?
Well, I think it's when you're an adult and you have your own kids and you have your own life and you don't really see your father that much, it automatically gets better.
Yes.
There's been occasion where we've had some phone sort of arguments, but there's been nothing. There's that overall blanket that this guy is a really difficult person to get along with, and I think when you're a teenager you wear it differently. Like, this guy's coming down on me, he's a jerk all the time, he's so hard on me. When you're my age, I can actually look at him and say, it's not all his fault, because he had such a hard upbringing. He had his dyslexia, and mom thinks he had this thing, Asperger's, which is sort of like it's almost like autism. This intensely intelligent person, but lacks certain social skills.
Yes.
And that was his thing, where he could throw a lot of people off, including me and everybody else in the family. But that worked to his advantage as well, because he had no fear. I mean, look, the biggest thing my father did for me, and it was a surprise, a very pleasant surprise, when I went through a divorce 3 or 4 years ago now, maybe 4 years ago, and it was a very bitter experience.
Yes.
And an experience where I was very likely going to lose my home. And this is a home that it's an old family home. It was owned by my grandparents, been in the family for 70 years.
It's very important.
And there's a farm behind it, and he stepped up and said, "Look, that's not going to happen." And basically, I don't believe my sisters, or I know my mother knows a little bit, but I don't think she knows. I don't think they know this. That he basically bankrolled my whole divorce case, which ended up being $85,000. It was a very lengthy divorce.
Yes.
And then, because I had to basically give half of my assets to my ex-wife, he bankrolled that as well, so that I could keep my house.
Right.
So basically, I have a mortgage with him, which is an interest-only mortgage. So, I pay $1,600 a month versus I was paying before like $2,500 a month, because I had to give up so much money.
Yes.
I had to give him my farm, which was about $125,000, to him in exchange for some of this, but that was fine because the farm hasn't changed. Jacqueline, my sister, runs the farm. Everything's so. You can imagine, when you have this somewhat difficult relationship with your father, when the going gets tough, he stepped up.
Right.
And I mean that's very powerful stuff.
It showed you that even though your relationship may have been strained on the outside,
Right.
he was still a father deep down.
Exactly. And that was fantastic.
Yeah.
So.
Are you still there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. So I've remarried with
Yeah.
Lisa, and she has a son, so I have a stepson, and my ex-wife lives in Renforth, and we live in Rossay, and it would have been very different had he not, and to his credit, he never threw it in my face.
Yes.
Like he never let that hang over me.
Right.
And in our family, you don't get given stuff. I mean, we've had a very fortunate upbringing, okay,
Yes.
but there's been nothing, he doesn't go buy you things, he doesn't take you on
Right.
trips and spend the money. If you want to go on a trip, you pay your own way and we'll all have a good time.
Yes.
And not that that's happened, but I mean, the exception of when they all went last year. Actually, the only reason my wife and I didn't go was because we had already planned a trip ourselves, and we were asked to go, and we're going to go. And so, it was just a bit of an eye opener almost. Like, okay, he's legit. He was one of those guys that always said, like, if you ever get sick or one of your kids gets sick, we'll send them off somewhere and get the best care, and we'll make sure that everything's as good as we can do.
Right.
So, I mean, you'll talk to some people and say he was a ruthless bastard, and you talk to other people and say, yeah, but, he
had that shining light there.
Well, yeah, I mean,
you saw,
and sometimes it was just quiet, and maybe in the case of my sisters and mother not knowing as much is because, it's not really fair to help out one child over the other, and I think his intention was always to make sure that he equalized that out, because at the end of the day we were talking about a loan of $500,000 or $600,000. It's a lot of money, and I was grateful for it.
Right, of course.
Yeah,
as anybody would be.
As anybody would. It's a lot of money.
Yeah. Going back over the last few years, was there anything in your mind that would stick out as being unusual or different? Did your father ever bring anything up while talking that concerned you, maybe, or?
He personally, no. I mean, there is. I'm sure you've heard this already from the others. I mean, there is this family concern that he's had an affair, or was having an affair, or what have you. And my sister Lisa is sort of the one who's followed this whole thing for the last 2 or 3 years, and I think at first you turn a blind eye to it, and then I guess it's one of those things that if you don't see it happening and you're not aware it happens, you don't really know what to do. And and this woman, I know of her a little bit. I don't think I've ever met her, but I know who she is. I mean, she works in the same real estate office as my ex-wife.
Okay.
And funny enough, when my ex-wife started to work in the real estate business, in that office, one of her first introductions to this woman, Diane, was, your mother-in-law is an asshole or a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and my mother is just like, no one ever says that about her, right? Because she just doesn't have that in her. And so, as time passed, or more time passed, and Lisa was starting to, I don't know, she found a jar of Viagra.
This is your sister?
This is my sister.
Right. Okay.
And, as far as I know, my parents haven't had sex for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no need for the Viagra, whether
Mm-hmm.
that is associated with her or him doing something with somebody else. I mean, look, this guy had a whole other life outside of his family because of all the sailing. And he's gone, this is probably an exaggeration, but he's gone 6 months out of the year.
Mm-hmm.
He's back and forth, but he could be gone for a month and then back for a
Right.
few weeks and then gone skiing or gone salmon fishing.
Always doing something.
Yeah, so I mean, and I feel guilty right now of not sort of saying anything to my mother or about it, but I just didn't know if it was true or not. So I just sort of said, Lisa, this is your thing, and I'm just gonna say it. I did start to get concerned, and this is probably a year ago, that people might be finding out about this.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't call. I was actually having a meeting with Bob McFadden, because he really was helping out with all this divorce stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Dad basically gave me Bob and said, he's an accountant, so he was really helpful.
Yes.
And I said to Bob, this is a story out there, and if it's true, you don't need to tell me. But if you know about it, you need to tell Dick that, people know,
Mm-hmm.
and that it should stop. And we never talked about it ever again.
It was never brought up ever again?
Not with Bob, no.
No.
I mean, Lisa and I talked about it. I've had a brief conversation or two with Jacqueline. Jacqueline didn't really know until more recently, but when I asked her if she knew, she said, well, yeah, I've been hearing things, or, whatever. I mean, in Lisa's case, she's at my parents' house a lot more.
Right.
So she would be receiving calls from this woman who would either laugh on the phone or hang up, or she would be seeing her, or supposedly seeing her around the street, sort of
Yes.
stalking, for lack of a better term. And I mean, this woman's reputation is a real kind of hot-blooded type of person. I mean, she called the house this morning, and I'm sure you already heard that I must, lost her temper, or was not pleasant.
Didn't she called?
Well, she apparently had a meeting this morning with Maureen,
Okay.
and so she was out front of the building
Okay.
and wasn't being let in. Of course, the police was everywhere, so she called the house and
I see.
spoke to my mother and said, what's going on? And of course, my mother didn't know anything, so she, I think, told her off.
Your mother did?
No,
Oh,
Diane told
yeah.
my mother off,
Mhm.
saying, you're, I don't know the exact words.
Yes.
You're being a bitch, and you know what's going on. You get to tell me what's going on. I think my mother hung up on her.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was quite heated.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, which led me to believe that maybe they've had other conversations. I don't know.
Could have.
But, anyways, that's.
So what was Bob's reaction when you brought that up to him? Just more or less, don't involve me in this?
He didn't say don't involve me. He just said duly noted,
Okay.
that kind of thing.
Mhm.
Like stone-faced.
Right.
He didn't say he wouldn't talk to him. He didn't say he would. He
And
just,
that's the last you heard of
he
it?
just, that was it. I mean, it was just. I think it was just mutually understood.
Mhm.
As guys can do very well. That,
Yeah.
it was said, and if you choose to do something, do it. If you don't, then fine. And had I thought about doing it myself? Yeah, but I just, well, Lisa ended up, having a few conversations with him, or arguments or whatever. I think, quite some time ago they were, had a fight, and she spilled the beans that she assumed this was going on, or knew it was going on, or whatever, and that's sort of been. I don't think since then. I don't think they really talked a whole lot.
Right.
It just was. She just knew a whole lot more than the rest of us did, and she was convinced that this was a legit thing, and that he was a dirty pig, I guess, because of it. So.
And those, you and your sisters talk.
Well, Lisa and I would talk about that. I mean, we didn't really have many conversations with Jacqueline about it,
right?
Until, I mean, I probably had some conversations with her over the summer, last summer, or whenever Jacqueline sort of took over running the farm from a more detailed way.
Yeah.
So I was helping her because there was going to be a lease agreement between her and my father. So I was helping her iron out the lease agreement.
Right.
And then so we would end up getting into these other conversations about, about my father's attitude. Like, Jacqueline, for example, has lupus, so she's not as able to have the same income that I or Lisa could have. She had a bit of a disadvantage that way, and I don't know, you just sort of think that, Dick's got some money, he might help her out a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. And, the farm itself is in some ways almost derelict, and he was trying to get, an exorbitant amount of money out of her every month for rent, right? Which would not have made it a going concern. Right. So he was just heavy-handed, and so, we sort of do our grumbling about it, and then, I think it might have been then that, I said, or she might have said, are you aware of these rumors or whatever? So, other than that, I mean, everything else that he did, I mean, he seemed to go through friends. Yes. Like, when we were growing up, I mean, he'd have all these friends, and he just seemed to exhaust them, I think. His intensity would just, I know what you mean. Just exhaust them, and they just throw their hands up, and he made one
couldn't
mistake.
Keep up with them.
Yeah. Well, one thing, they couldn't keep up with him. But I meant, he made one mistake. This is a number of years ago with his best friend. Basically, this guy's son was marrying this woman, McCain, somebody from the McCain family, and Dad was friends with the McCains and had a mutual lawyer, and told the lawyer that this McCain girl was making a big mistake marrying this guy, his best friend's son. Right. And well, that got backed, and it just, things weren't the same. I mean, people like that tend to say inappropriate things. They don't realize that you have to filter some information. So yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate for him because he did, push the wrong button sometimes, and all those friends that were always around growing up just aren't around. Right. I don't think there's like a big hate or anything. I think that, they see each other at cocktail parties, or every once in a while there might be some dinner, but it's just not the same. Right. But, it's funny, those things don't get under his skin. At least it didn't appear to. I mean, he just moved on and do other things. I mean, the sailing thing, he doesn't do that with any of his friends. The fishing he does. I mean, he's an avid salmon fisherman, and all of his buddies, do that. And they
annual event, they do that.
Yeah, they do that, and he fished a lot more before he got into the sailing. But even still, I mean, he tries to get a lot of fishing days in and make sure that his friends are there.
Yeah, well, the sailing takes a lot of time, so I'm sure it took away from the salmon fishing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, the business dealings that you had with him now, was that something that had gone on for a long time?
Yeah. Well, I mean, right from the beginning, really.
And that was how many years ago?
Oh, geez, 1994, 1995, I think I started. Yeah. And, we rode some rough times with that, too, because we had two major stock market crashes. Yes. But my business relationship's a bit different with him than other clients, because I am generally the advisor with most of my clients. In the case with him, I'm more of an order taker. He sort of managed his own thing because he had retired from the trucking business and retired from a lot of his volunteer work, and he decided he was going to run an investment management company, basically. Right. And I would be, one of his advisors and things like that. Was it a perfect relationship? No. I mean, if something went wrong, he would fly off, or if the phone wasn't picked up on the third ring, he's quite meticulous, right? So you'd hear about it, and that sort of thing. And it was at one point, actually, it was quite lucrative because, the stock market in the late 1990s was very, very strong.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, his own father had died,
Mm-hmm.
and he had received some inheritance, so
Mm-hmm.
there was money there.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, some of it got kicked out at the knees because of the market, and
Right.
And also
Which happens.
he was diversifying as well,
Yes.
which happens,
Mm-hmm.
and doing some other things, but no, it's been a long-term relationship. He's not my biggest client, but he's definitely a sizable client, and we plod along, and John Travis, who was my branch manager, is a lifelong friend of my father's. Actually, his mother was a lifelong friend, but John used to work with him in the trucking business,
Okay.
and back in the days, well, John's known him since he was a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
John's, I don't know, probably about 5 years older than me. So
Mhm.
when I'm not at work or I can't take a call, John always looks after it. So he's almost my, number two guy
Yes.
to look after that. So it worked out well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And how would you talk weekly, or what would be the frequency that you guys would meet?
Well, look, we wouldn't talk a lot when he was away, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Because if he was away, he was out of the country, but he would, if he had some things to do, he'd send an email, or he would call Maureen, and Maureen would give me a call.
Right.
When he was home, I'd say once or twice a week.
Mm-hmm.
If he was home, but then again, if he's busy, Maureen would just call.
Yeah.
So if we were talking about things, it would be because I've gone over the house, and he's out he's got an amazing workshop,
Mhm.
and
In the garage
in the
there?
garage,
Yeah,
yeah,
so that
very handy, and I was very lucky to grow up doing the same thing. So I'd go in and we could talk there, and I'd end up helping him with something, because it's funny, even though it's really big, there's not enough room for everything, so all the summer stuff has to get pushed back at the end of the summer, and the
Yeah.
winter stuff pushed forward, and then vice versa.
Mhm.
So it's a lot of stuff to get shuffled around or lifting, so you do that, and my brother-in-law Matt probably does it more than I do, but
Yeah.
so that's the one you can have some discussions and
Right.
whatever.
Kind of work
so.
away at the same time.
Yeah.
Maybe poke your brain for things, and
Yeah, well, you just sort of, I think we're both people that we kind of have to be moving when we're thinking.
Mhm.
So if we're doing something and we're working at something at the same time, we can talk or working on a project together.
Mhm.
And those things are not as common as they used to be. Again, because he's not around, or I've got kids and a new wife, and it's different. But
Mhm.
it's funny because every once in a while you go and borrow something, and if you don't return it on time, you get in trouble.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tend to not borrow anymore.
So he would notice if anything was gone there.
Oh yeah. You
Yeah.
borrow a sledgehammer.
You'd have to sneak it back.
Yeah, you have to sneak it
Yeah.
back.
Keep you on your toes. for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, exactly. So,
All right, and if you were meeting that many times a week, and was there any? I mean, I know you say there's disagreements and that sort of thing, but is there any times when there was anything really big that stood out to you, where you guys had a really big falling out disagreement, where you didn't communicate for a long time or anything like that?
last time we had a big fight, like where you don't speak for a week or something.
Mhm.
Well, it's funny, even if we have a big fight, because we were doing business together, you were forced to talk. But it's
Yeah.
interesting because you're talking about business, not about personal stuff. So he would call, and like it's amazing how quickly the water would be under the bridge. So I'm trying to think of the last time we have a big fight. I mean, I certainly remember a Christmas dinner, not last year, it might have been 2 years ago, where he blew a gasket of something simple. When you have a Christmas cake and you pour hot rum
Yes.
over it, and you let it flame.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, it was my job to do that, and it flamed for like 30 seconds and flamed out.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time I got it from the kitchen into the dining room, it flamed out. Well, it was a big fight over that.
Okay.
Yeah, it was, it was not physical, but I mean, it was ugly. I might have left. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, everybody was very upset.
Mm-hmm.
Probably around the same time as that, one of the first boats that he got, we were sailing together, and I had been getting a lot of sailing experience on my own, sailing ocean races and that kind of thing, and had come back from ocean races and getting on his boat, and he's been a lifelong sailor, but he hadn't been sailing in bigger boats and with all this gear, and so, I think he had a hard time with the experience that I had, and I had a hard time with him wanting to do everything his way.
Right.
Basically, when you're on a boat, just because you're driving the boat doesn't mean you're in charge, because your job's to drive the boat.
Yes.
If I'm, which I usually am, at the very front of the boat doing something, my job is to run the front of the boat, not to drive it, and not to tell the driver what to do.
Right. Everybody's got their own role.
Right. Yeah. So we had a big fight then, and I think that might have been the last time I sailed on the boat, that boat with him. But it was more, barking at each other and stuff like that. I mean, you're 20 feet away from each other.
And that's something you had grown up with, as you stated earlier. It's just something that you had known.
Oh, it still bothers you. Don't get me wrong. It bothers you, but it bothers you differently, because you're dealing with somebody who, if such a quest for perfection that they almost get tunnel vision. They can't see that something right here is, if that was just fixed, the boat would work better. So it sort of gets frustrating, but then you realize, well, it's not my boat, and I'm not going to embarrass my father in front of everybody, even though he has no problem embarrassing me. But I think people on the boat would accept it. That would be, the norm. And on some boats, there are a lot of fathers and sons who can't sail together, and that kind of thing. I mean, those would be the bigger ones. I mean, there's a ton of small ones. There's a ton of sort of phone conversations where inappropriate things were said, or hurtful things were said, where you just sort of like, geez, you can't do that, or you can't say that. And, again, because I don't talk to him as much on the phone like Maureen more does it, those things were few and far between as well.
Right.
I think, quite frankly, he's been on his really good behavior in the last little while, because he and Lisa had a big fight, a month or two ago, and I think it was kind of funny. My two brother-in-laws were fighting, not fist fighting, having an argument, and he got involved. And it was nothing to do with him, and basically, took it out on my sister, and then she played the "you're having an affair" card, and and we all know about it. And he was, after that, he was Mr. Nice Guy.
Just wanted to.
Yeah. So, and look, I don't know if he was having an affair or not. I just
And I guess going on that, when you guys sailed together or did anything together business-wise, did you ever have any personal conversations? Would he ever tell you anything about his life personally that maybe was on his mind? Hey, this is bothering me, or this, I want to tell you about this.
No, he never. He wasn't that type of person. He was, I think, a product of his generation, men of that era, that really didn't have those, I guess, heart-to-heart conversations. Yeah.
Who, I guess, in your mind, would he most trust with those conversations?
Bob McFadden. Well, I mean, those personal conversations.
Yeah, like
I don't know, but I mean, Bob would know. Bob's the guy who's closest to him. Bob is his right-hand man, but a friend as well.
Yes.
I don't know that Dad would have anybody that he would
confide in.
Yeah, I mean, I think if not confide in the same way that you and I would with our friends, it's not that kind of thing. Like, if I'm having trouble with my kids or something, or with my wife, I could say, like, what would you do? He wouldn't care what anybody else would do.
He'd just do it his own way.
He would just do it his own way, and whatever. Like, I think over the years when he was younger, I know that he would have had conversations with his friends about the poor relationship that he had with his father, and the crap that he had to deal with, and he and his brother have had a terrible, terrible time. They went through a very bitter separation of Moosehead. They had a legal battle, and it was quiet and everything, but it was, he's had this lifelong battle with his brother, and it's his father's fault, because his father basically said, you two are against each other, fight for it, which is just dumb, right? So, and look, all of his friends were aware that was going on, and aware that, these two guys couldn't be two more different people. But geez, in the last 10 years, but I don't know, he's had a lot of different friends.
Yeah.
He had, in his J boat that he had, because it was all amateur sailors, he would just have local St. John people.
Yes.
And, and he would go off with some of them on to boat shows, like down in the States and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Bolins, who was he's a snowplow driver for the city, and he crew on the boat, and Dad would say, okay, we're going to go to a boat show, or I'm going to take you to ski somewhere in the States. And I got to think. Now, I do recall, Jim having conversations with him about his kids are divorced, and Dad seemed to be listening, so, maybe it went the other way. But, I just think that those would have been few and far between.
Right.
He just didn't.
Wasn't that type of guy.
No, he wouldn't have. No. When someone asked him, how his kids were, he said, oh, this, that, or the other thing, or his grandkids. Like Hannah, my daughter, just won, she's representing New Brunswick in Newfoundland for a basketball team, for under 13 basketball. And they did a fundraiser to get over there. And, to everyone's surprise, my father kicked in $1,000, which, again, he never does.
Right.
And
but again, that's surprising. There's a
but see, Hannah is in some ways like him. She's an overachiever, and he really, I don't want to say favorite, but I mean, he sees, a shining light here and says, I can get behind this. This is an investment I can get into. And so geez, not only did they get over there and everything, they won, and Hannah got tournament MVP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So actually, the other day I was talking with Maureen about a letter that he was going to send to Hannah as a congratulations letter, and I was nervous because Hannah hadn't yet called him to thank him for the money, and I was like, oh my God, this is, you got to call him, and unfortunately that can't happen. So, yeah.
I want to now just focus on of course, the last 24 hours and everything that had happened. I know a lot of things had happened, and I just want to go through, I guess, of what happened yesterday and run through the day for me.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, until I went over to his office, it was a very typical day. Get up in the morning, go to work. I stop at park at Brunswick Square, stop at Tim Hortons in Brunswick Square, and I work in Brunswick House, 5th floor, Woodgundy, and work all day and doing typical work or doing some hobby stuff, doing some family history things, and I did a trade with him. He would have called the office. I think I wrote down. I know I was just going to head out for lunch, and I was already late. And the phone rang. We have our special phone for him because if someone's going to pick it up, don't need to mad. And so I, got the phone, and we did this trade. And I think after that I got my lunch, and then I came back, and the trade was hooky because I had to email him the transaction after it's done, and it was a bit hooky because there was a stock split. So what he wanted sold and what actually got sold were different things. So we had a conversation about that, and then,
what time was that at?
Let's say 3-ish, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
The first conversation would have been probably an hour between the two. But I think I had lunch around 2. I just went down to Tim Hortons again and got a sandwich. I don't really go out for lunch. I just work through lunch and stuff like that, or I use that as time to tinker. But yeah, and for the last number of months, I've been going over and giving him my family history stuff.
Okay.
Like we have this gap of let's say between the 1500s, some missing parts between the 1500s to 1600s, and even though I have this, I can't prove all these people are Olands. He wants all the information anyways. And then we have this sort of funny story where there's this kid named John Oland, but we can't figure out who his father is. Well, we realize that the son's born illegitimately. And we figure that out because we finally got a copy of a will that says, John Oland's my son.
Okay.
And he had wanted that for a long time. So because he wasn't convinced in his own head how this was going to go. So that's kind of the detail we get into, right?
Yeah.
And
it was the detail over the The will of the son?
No, the will of the father saying...
The will of the father.
The will of the father, this guy's last name was Bryce,
I see.
saying that he had a son with the last name Oland.
Ah.
Okay, so the girl, the mother, whose last name was Oland. So our family name is derived from a female, not a male. Okay, because back in Bristol, England.
That's very interesting.
Yeah,
That would sometimes shake you, I guess, if you were trying to find the line and got misguided.
Well, yeah, because because it was just this Judy Bingham in California.
Okay.
She's been doing this since 1975. This was a 20-year hole for her.
Yeah.
She couldn't figure out how this is working.
Okay.
And I was able to figure it out for her about 3 or 4 years ago. It's just by fluke. And so it's opened up a whole window of being able to go back, in time again. But my father it's funny because he has his ways of doing things. He wants to build a family tree. So he wants to have this big picture of where he is and then where everybody else is. And that's great because then you've got it built. But then, well, who was that person? Who was this person?
Yes.
What did they do? And all this. And because of the internet, you can get all that stuff. So you could go and you could do some work and you can find some interesting things. So, quite often, really, I drop in and go, here's some more information. So that's what I was doing yesterday, and dropped off basically a sheet of paper. Well, it was more than that, and I can get into. Do you want me to get into real specific detail, or
just whatever. Yeah.
It sort of paraphrases what I wrote down. I went over there. I'm thinking. I know I got there once, and I realized I forgot some stuff at the office. So I got back in my car to go back to the office, and then
What time did you get there the first time?
Around 5:30, but before, it would have been 4 or 5:30, because I think the second time it was. Well, I was there probably. Maureen left after I got there.
The first time?
No, the second time.
Okay.
So I didn't go in the office the first time. I went to the
see.
top of the stairs, and I might have used the bathroom, and then I left, and then came back. I went to go back to my office, but I don't have a key, and it was too late to go back in. So obviously it was after 5, because everything gets shut down.
At your office?
Yeah.
At 5,
Yeah, they I don't know what time they lock the elevator, but you need one of those, same thing you guys have around here, those little pass card things. Yeah, so I went back and just said, oh, well, I have enough information. I have what he wanted. And went in. Maureen was there. She was obviously getting ready to leave. And we just... I got the logbook that my father had got from my uncle. It's this whole family logbook from a camp. So I got that from Maureen, and because Dad had it for a year, and my uncle's down from Toronto, and he wanted it back. He was supposed to get it copied a long time ago. Anyhow, so yeah, we basically went through the document, particularly the will, though. We went through it and sort of
Part
read
you
things.
found.
Yeah. And it's interesting too, because this guy who died was owed £12,000. Back in those days, it'd be a lot of money. But he didn't get the money because the guy who owed it to him died in a duel.
Okay.
So we were going through that whole scenario and reading things, and then getting to the John Oland stuff and why he was his son, and he's one of those people who's like, okay, you got to explain this to me again, because you got to feel it sink in, right?
Yeah, and understand.
Yeah, and understand the whole thing, and how does this work, and how does that work, and then. So yeah, we went through the whole will, and
just you and him there at that time.
Maureen's gone. Just the two of us.
Bob's not in there.
Bob, I never saw Bob. No.
At all.
No.
Okay.
No, didn't see him. But Maureen said that Bob was there, and that Bob's son was there, because they had done the disc thing for the logbook, and yeah, we did that, and then we got into talking about, as I said earlier, the Halifax Olands, because this was the core of somebody back in the 50s did some family research, and they didn't like what they saw.
Okay.
So they made up all these big stories.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you're in the beer business, stories work, right? And so that was Oland Breweries in Halifax.
Yes.
And so Oland Breweries created this sort of family lore around, things they had to create because they didn't like what they saw.
Okay.
And I think, look back in those days, when our family moved to Canada, we were broke. Okay, we had no money. We were started from scratch. And I think at one point, if you're growing up in a bigger city like Halifax, you start getting sucked into the keeping up with the Joneses, or trying to get ahead, or trying to lead in the community. And so back in those days, if you were still close to British culture, you would trying to bump yourself up in the class system, and so they had this big claim that they were descendant of some nobility or something like that, which wasn't true. So we went through all those sort of scenarios and debunked all of them and whatever, and that was it. Then I left and got in the car, and Lisa called me, actually, where the hell are you? And I was going to go, I hurt my knee sailing last weekend, so I was going to go to the drugstore and get some painkillers. I ended up doing it today. Tylenol has a muscle thing. I thought I'd try that. And went home, and on the way home I stopped at the Renforth Wharf to see if my kids were there, because they do kayaking there, and they swim after, but they weren't there. So I went home, and Lisa was sick, still is, so we went to the drugstore, and we went to Cochrane's, which is a little sort of grocery store market thing, and got some samosas and bananas and a few other things, and went home and had dinner, and we were trying to decide whether we were going to watch a movie or not, and we did watch a movie, but not the whole thing. And I went to the Irving to get some milk. We have hens, so I put the hens away at dark, 9 o'clock. I did a little bit of work in the garden, because she was doing a vegetable garden, and she started digging down that deep and saying it's all full of rocks. Like, well, you only have to go down that far. Spring up the light brown soil.
Yes.
And so I in bed around a little after 11 and read for a bit and went to sleep.
Okay. Just kind of going back, so you got there around,
I'd say 5:30, yeah.
5:30. Maureen's the only one there?
Yep.
Nobody else is in there. And what time did you leave, approximate?
6:30.
6:30?
Yeah.
So you were there...
I know that I thought I sent her a text. I ended up sending my sister Lisa a text about 10 after 6 saying, I'm at Dad's, I won't be much longer. And then I know as soon as I got in the car, Lisa called me. Where the hell?
Where I am.
Because I sent the text to my sister, not my wife.
Okay.
So she didn't know where I was. She knew I was going there. She just didn't know it was going to take me that long.
Right.
So.
In that whole time, it was just basically about this issue with the genealogy and what you had found, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it was that, and then the Halifax Oland stuff. And
so
everything.
No business or anything while you were there. Not at all.
No, not at all.
When you were there,
he's not really unless I'm talking about something that he's interested in. There's really no, he loses his attention span, drops off.
Right.
So if I'm over there and he's not engaged, I'll ask him about his boat, or I'll ask him about his last race or his fishing trip or something, because it's not a two-way conversation.
Right.
If he asks you how you're doing, he doesn't want a long answer.
Yeah.
Good, everything's great.
Next question.
Yeah.
And in that time, did anybody call that you remember, or did you pick up the phone and have a conversation? Did anybody come in to the business?
Nobody came in. You hear noise, so because there's people upstairs, and so I don't hear very well. I wear hearing aids, so I don't hear everything. But you hear noise, so I might have heard doors opening and closing, but I don't know.
Did you hear stuff from upstairs? Anything from upstairs?
I think I did.
Okay,
but I don't know.
Do you recall what it was?
I remember hearing a door open, but I don't know if it was upstairs or on the level we were on.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Could it have come from downstairs?
It sounded closer than that. It sounded closer than that, but I don't know. I don't think I would have heard the front door open.
Right.
Maybe the door that's at the top of the stairs, or I don't know, maybe a door. I've never been upstairs, so I don't know, or the other office, but I heard it, which it sounded like a door. It didn't sound like a bang or anything like that. It sounded like a door.
Anything after that?
No.
Footsteps, voices, anything like that?
No, not at all.
So nothing occurred in that time then? Like I say, if your dad got a text, checked it?
Well, let me think of that. He was definitely... Jeez. when Maureen was there, he was checking his emails. Because he was trying to get her to do something about an appointment or something like that. And he was checking his emails. But after that, I don't think he touched his computer at all, but I don't remember. I mean, he's always on his phone or always talking on his phone, but I can't imagine why he'd be texting if he had his email open in front of him.
Right.
So I don't really recall.
Okay. Did you have any conversation about what he was going to do that night, or when he was going to leave that night?
No, we didn't talk about anything else. I mean, we talked about that, and it was one of those things where the conversation started to die off. She's like, okay,
You know when to go.
you just sort of know when to go, right?
Mhm.
You're done, and I knew I had to get home anyways. I knew I was, late. So
What was the last thing that would have been said between you and your father?
the last specific conversation would have been specifically on that Halifax Oland's and their ruining of their wealth and doing these things. As far as the final words, like, okay, great, goodbye, I mean, I don't... It might have been me saying, yeah, gotta go, time for me to go, okay, great, whatever.
Didn't
Good
say,
night.
I'll see you tomorrow, I'll see you. Do you remember anything like that?
No. I don't recall him ever using that phrase anyways.
Okay.
No. I'm trying to think. I think he just goes, yeah, okay, yeah, see ya.
And what was he doing when you left? Was he standing somewhere? Was he sitting?
No, I'm
somewhere?
sitting down. No, he's sitting down. I think he just looked at me. I mean, he generally, when I leave or when he loses interest, he either focuses on what he's reading or he gets on his computer or on his phone or whatever. So I think he was engaged in what he was reading.
And where was he when you left?
Sitting at his desk.
And that's
the big desk with the 4 screens.
was, I guess,
Closest to the air conditioning system.
Okay.
Closest to the street.
by the window or in the middle area?
Well, he has his chair. Like if we were doing it, 4 computer screens would be here, and his sort of panel would be there, and the windows and air conditioning's there.
Okay, yeah.
So, and then Maureen's desk is over that way, and then there's a long table where it's a bunch of stuff on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Bob's office is off that way.
Off by the window.
Yeah.
I think it is. So nothing else then. Did you see anybody on your way out? Anything like that? Which way did you go? Did you leave? I know I believe there's a couple different ways there.
Yeah, I mean, my car was parked on right on the street, so it's interesting because I was there twice. I first parked in the parking lot where he parks.
Okay.
So when I walked out, I walked that way, and then my car's over here. So I walked over there and got in my car and left.
And where was it? Yours?
Right in front of, right across the street from the office.
In front of the restaurant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like whether it's in front of or where the car park is there, somewhere along that stretch there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And again, nothing when you left or text messaging be on the way home that he...
Oh, well, I called, Lisa called me to say, come on.
Right.
I'm not feeling well, I need you to come home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Des, I have to ask you this. Did you have any involvement in your father's death?
No.
I ask you that because you were the last person there.
Yeah.
And, it's something that I have to cover.
Yeah. Yeah. I have no reason to want my father dead, to kill him, no. We've had our things, but no, I wouldn't rob someone of the fun that they're having, and, he's just, no.
Can you think of who would have an interest in that? Who would benefit from that the most?
because of a grudge or revenge. That
For
kind
any
of thing.
reason, do you see who would benefit the most from your father's death?
Someone who wanted $20 out of a wallet to buy drugs. This is reaching a vindictive ex-girlfriend, but I don't know that woman, so I don't know. But no, I think he's pissed a lot of people off, but not to that point where someone would want to kill somebody.
Mm-hmm.
No one I know, and no one I can think of. I mean, those of us who are closest to him are probably the most annoyed by him.
Mm-hmm.
But we have enough distance from him that he doesn't bother us in that kind of a way.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Do you see any other reason why someone would do this? Any other reason why? The type of person that would do it?
Someone who's pretty sick, I guess. Someone who, if someone has killed him, which you're implying that that's the case, I can't. There's no one who has lost money by him. There's no one who he has, as far as I know, insulted in any way. There's no one that he has left out. I'm sure there were some of his old sailor buddies that were upset that they weren't included in the new sort of boat and what was going on there. But that's stuff that everybody in life has to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Not to the point to want to harm him. Granted, us kids are much more used to what he says than other people might be, because
Right.
You grow up with it and you become immune to it, right? Well,
Mhm.
not entirely immune, but you become immune more so than other people might.
Yes.
And he could have said something to somebody and just that was enough, or
Mhm.
said repeatedly things to people and they're just like, I'm not going to put up with this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But who he would have said that to, I have no idea. I'm not close to him in that way to know. He's in the office with Maureen and Bob, and those are the most pleasant, easygoing people who quite easily, if they weren't happy there, could have gone somewhere else.
Mhm.
They're both marketable in other ways, so
Mhm.
I don't foresee. And in Bob's case, he even gets fun out of it because he gets to go on these trips. So,
Right.
No, so if somebody who knows him versus somebody who doesn't know him, and I guess that's, if you don't know him, then maybe you think there's some sort of robbery opportunity or whatever. But if you know him, I just can't see. You never piss somebody off like that.
Do you have anybody in mind that would come to mind to you as being involved in this?
No. As I said, the only person that comes to mind is this supposed girlfriend, because she really seems to be a whack job.
Mhm.
Like, they call her the Dragon Lady.
Mhm.
She's this hostile, somebody who you'd think could be that Fatal Attraction type person.
Yes.
But that's just, I don't know the woman, so that's just me saying stuff that I hear,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it's true, but because you can't have that kind of reputation, and I remember a story, they were all in a race on the boat, and she got invited to come on the boat, and at the end of the race, she left, and all the crew said, if you ever on the boat again, we're not coming back.
Is that right?
Yeah, because she's just a bitch.
Well, I guess that
Yeah.
you earn the reputation by acting.
Yeah,
and-
but just because you're a bitch doesn't mean you. But I don't know. If you're in a relationship with somebody and it doesn't go well, and I don't know if it was going well or not, and I don't know for sure it was a relationship.
Mhm.
But if it's the only thing that comes to mind, there's just nobody else.
Okay. Well, can you just hold on?
Yeah.
1 sec there. I'll be right back. Okay. Just come back in here. Just before I come back in, do you want anything? Can I get you anything?
If we're gonna be long, I'm gonna need to pee. If we're not gonna be long, then
Okay.
Fine.
It shouldn't be too much longer.
okay.
But if I can get you something else.
No, I'm good. I went to McDonald's earlier.
Okay.
So.
Again, I apologize for that, but some information's always coming in, and I have to take it. So I just want to go back because some new information's coming in, and I just want to go back and clarify a few things with you. Just the times, because of course the times are very important to us, and with surveillance cameras in that area, there's they're all over the place there, and I want to make sure the times line up so nothing is off. So I'll just get you to go back. You said that you left work the first time, and what time was that?
5:15.
That was the first time you went down to the office, 5:15?
Yeah.
Because you mentioned you went down twice.
Yeah.
So the first time was 5:15.
Ish. Yeah.
And where did you park the first time?
Right in the parking lot, right where my dad parks his car.
Just
so
up the
that's
street a bit, on the right.
Yeah.
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 Okay, and then so 5:15.
About
Okay, so you go to the door.
Yeah.
And
Went up the stairs and had my bag of stuff, and I forgot my stuff.
mhm.
Well, some of my stuff. So I left and went to go back to the office, and then don't need that stuff. So I went back.
You're back to the office?
I went to go back to my office.
Okay.
And then gave up. I might have likely would have gone down Princess Street and up King and back in Canterbury.
You drove?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You drove back to your
Yeah.
office?
Yeah, I think I might have been just thinking, well, I'm not going to go,
Mm-hmm.
and then just, no, I'll go. I've got enough here, because what he wanted was the will.
So you went up the first time and spoke to your dad?
Nope.
Oh, you didn't?
No, got to the top of the stairs, didn't have my stuff,
Mm-hmm.
so I left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Drove back to Brunswick Square?
I don't think I got all the way there. I think I just went to, the bottom of Prince William and King,
Mm-hmm.
and then went up King and back in Canterbury.
So you didn't even go back to work?
No.
Okay. Okay, so then when you came back the second time, what time was that?
Well, I don't know exactly, but I know that Maureen was there for about 10 minutes, so I'm guessing, I think it was around 5:30.
That you get there the second time. Why did you take your car back around instead of walking?
Because I wasn't sure where I was going to be going back.
Okay.
I was just probably going to leave.
Okay.
And then she said, no, I got what I wanted here. Because I had a bunch of other stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but
What else did you have?
I have stacks of stuff. I had the stuff from Devin that he wanted, and I have this green book that somebody wrote back in the early 70s that I was going to give him, and that I left that in my office.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the thing that I wanted the most, and I wanted to get some pictures from that I had given him or Maureen 3 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, a lot of times I'll go there, and if it's, if Lisa calls me or something, I just keep going home. So
Okay.
I went back, and I went in, and Maureen was there 5 or 10 minutes.
Just gonna go back, because the first time when we were speaking, I thought you had mentioned that you went back to the office, but it was locked.
No, I didn't go back to the office. I was going back to the office. I realized I didn't have the pass thing.
Okay.
So I was like, I'm not bothering with this.
Okay. And then the stuff you brought up, just, I guess we didn't cover that, but did you bring a bag? Or
A bag, yeah.
A bag,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
And so, bear with me, I'm just covering it again, I just want to be sure with it. And so the second time is 5:30?
Yeah, around that time.
Okay.
I mean, it would more. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what time, but I would say 5:30. That seems about right.
And again, did you take the bag up with
Yep.
the second time?
Yeah.
Okay. And what were you wearing? Because I just want to make sure who's coming in, who's going out. When we look at the surveillance, I can say, that's Dennis, and that's this guy.
These pants, the shoes, a dress shirt, and a navy blazer.
You were wearing those pants, those shoes?
Those shoes, a dress shirt, not this, a collared dress shirt,
Yeah.
and a navy blazer.
And a navy blazer.
Yeah.
Okay. And what color was everything? I know the pants, obviously, because I'm right here.
Yeah, the shirt is blue and white striped or checked or whatever. It's a button-down collar shirt.
Okay. Okay, so those are the times. And when you came back out, you came back at the front, you said?
Mhm.
And what time was that?
Well, when I got in the car, it was, I think, 6:30 because Lisa called me. So 6:30-ish.
That's when you would come back out
Yeah.
and get back. And you said the second time you came, when you came around the block, you parked in front of the building, which would have been in front of Tandy's, in between the restaurant and the Printing Plus kind of area.
Yeah. So I went out and I walked up toward Princess Street and realized that that's not where I was parked because I was there earlier, and then went back, and I was going to go to the drugstore in Brunswick Square, and then I just went home.
So when you came out, you went left?
When I came out, I went left because I thought my car was, and then I went right, and then got in my car and left.
You said you were going to go to the drugstore. Did you actually go that way?
I don't think so. No. I
Did you start that way and then say, well, no, I'm not going to go?
I remember crossing the street. Like I remember being on one side of the street and then crossing to the
So
other.
like on the east side and then the west side of Canterbury?
Well, the side closest to the harbor being the west side,
Yeah.
and then the east side, and then saying, "Forget it, I'm going home."
So you actually got back to your car on the west side of the street and then crossed and then say, I'm just going to go home.
Okay, you're getting me confused on the side. I think I was on the west side
Mm-hmm.
near Princess Street, and then I remember going across. I don't know if there was a bunch of people in the way, I can't remember, and then just getting in my car and leaving.
Okay. And again, when you left, what's the approximate travel time for you to get home?
Usually takes about 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
And you went straight home?
No, I stopped in Renfort at the wharf.
Okay. And that was at 6-ish, you say?
I would guess it'd be 6:45. It'd take about 15 minutes to get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what did you do at the...
Well, I was hoping my kids were there.
Okay.
but-
Are they usually there?
Well, they're, because of summer, they do kayaking where the rowing club is.
Mhm.
And so after the kayaking, they can, because it's lifeguarded down there, they can go just walk along on the other side of the wharf where there's a swimming place.
Mhm.
And I just hope, because it was such a great day yesterday, that they were, hanging out there, but they weren't. So
Did you tell Lisa you were going there before you were coming home?
No.
Did she ask you? Like, hey, where you been?
oh yeah, she was pissed off that I wasn't home right away.
Okay. Did you
Yeah.
tell her, look, I talked to Dad, I stopped at the wharf for the kids?
I just said I was at my dad's office. I didn't say I stopped at the wharf.
Okay.
Yeah. Because when I got home, she was mad.
Were the kids there at home?
No, they're at their mom's. Yeah. So it was her son was there, and her son's girlfriend.
Did you know they were at their mom's?
Did I know my kids were at their
Yeah.
mom's? Oh yeah.
But you went to the wharf to see if they were there?
Yes.
Okay.
I knew that they're a week with their mom.
Okay. Yeah.
So, but they do these activities during the day.
Mhm.
So when I didn't know where they were. I
Right.
just knew they were either at their mom's house or at the
I
wharf
see.
or somewhere in the
I
middle.
see. I
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you first came home, was Lisa there waiting for you?
She was in the sunroom.
Okay.
But, I mean, I went upstairs and got changed, and then I think I went outside looking for her in the garden, and she called me, like, where the hell are you? I've been waiting for you.
Yeah.
And then she was in the sunroom all wrapped up cold. And
Mm-hmm. Just kind of, things are curious to me, but, I know if it's me, I'm coming home, my wife's mad, I'm going to go right to her and say, hey, I'm home, just going upstairs. Is there any reason why you switched the sequence of that and didn't say, hey, I'm home to her first and then went up? And
Well, I did. I went around the house, and I walked in through the living room,
Mhm.
and our house is quite an open concept. So when you walk in, you can actually see every single room.
Mm-hmm.
And so I looked around, saw every room, and went upstairs, assumed she was upstairs.
Okay.
And she wasn't. And so I got changed, and then thought, okay, well, assuming she's not in the house, I went out to the vegetable garden,
I
and
see.
she wasn't there.
Yeah.
So then I'm coming back in the house, and she's like, where the hell are you?
Okay. And that's why I have to clarify, because in my mind I have to get everything straight, and sometimes I go, okay, why?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Oh, and she was quite angry.
yeah.
Yeah.
And just the other thing I wanted to clarify too is, when we were first talking, and you mentioned, I said, about why we were here and this sort of thing, and you said you mentioned a crackhead or something, maybe doing something like this. Is there any reason why you
That's
know?
what you hear about on the radio. You hear these taxi drivers getting killed, or you hear, no, I have nothing to go on. It's just you guys. I mean, when we were at the house, at Mom's house,
Mhm.
you guys, you didn't say anything,
Mhm.
And when we got here, the guy who's the boss, the guy with the bald head, he just said, "Look, this is really serious,"
Mhm.
and it didn't take, we were all very understanding at that point that this wasn't a death of natural causes. I think we knew that at the house anyways.
Mhm.
And you just don't have that many police cars around and police officers around just because someone had a heart attack.
Mhm.
It's just not reasonable.
And now, we just came out in one unmarked car, but when you say police cars and that sort of thing,
At the office,
Or-
you got
okay.
people calling the house.
Oh, they were calling,
the house,
Yeah.
saying there's cop cars all over the place.
Mhm.
There's cops everywhere. This woman who called my mother saying there's police everywhere.
yeah, just
It wasn't. It just didn't smell good.
mhm.
And then we get here, and he's saying, I've been hauled in off vacation for this.
Mhm.
It's like, well, we all sat there and almost started to cry, because it's like, you can accept that, if your father has a heart attack or falls and bangs his head, it's unfortunate.
Mhm.
But, when you start understanding, and you said it yourself, I mean, who would do this to your father?
Mhm.
Somebody has done something to my father. You've
Mhm.
told me that.
Mhm.
And but that's all you'll tell me. You won't tell me anything else. And what happened to him? What did they do to him?
Are you asking me that question? Or
Yes.
Well, again, all I know is that the death did occur. I don't know much more than that, because I haven't been there. I've been up here, so for the details, I don't know, and I would share them with you. I would certainly share them with you. But I guess what I'm trying to do is try to get as much information as I can to point us in the right direction. Our other guys do the other stuff.
Yeah,
so.
I understand. They said we weren't going to learn a whole lot today.
Yeah, and I guess, like, what do you think happened? And I asked you that, and when you said the crackhead, I thought, well, is there a problem with that you knew of? I mean, yeah, I'm just saying, what would make you say that? I guess.
Yeah, it's just because that's what you read about and hear about in the news, that these people seem to rob places, for drug money or electronics, and try to sell it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you just seem to think it almost seems like these people do this, and you know, they rob some store for $20 and they've got their fix. And so, you know, that's definitely something that pops into your head as a possibility.
And just because you mentioned that too, they've been broken into there a couple times in that building. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
No.
And they've got cameras. I'm not sure if that would surprise you or not, that they had cameras set up in there. So I mean, because of that problem too. So you know, when you say crackheads, I know where you're going. Maybe you heard something like that. So again, that's the part of the gathering that we need to do. And if somebody says something and I think, okay, well, is there a reason for that?
No, I'm not, you know, familiar with break-ins or any other issues they had, or even bums going in for money or whatever.
Do you think there'd be a possibility of seeing somebody like that come in? You know, in there? I mean,
well, I work uptown. I mean, that happens all the time. I mean, all the guys that are panhandling for money, you know. But I mean, those guys are generally harmless, so you know, you just say no, and they don't really bother you after. I mean, we've had people come into our office, but you know, I don't think it's ever taken anything to get rid of them,
right?
To shoot them along. So,
okay, and again, you know, not to offend or anything, asking that, but why do you say that? And you say, well, you told me something had happened to my father, and you know, and that's kind of the line I'm going on is, you know, certainly if you knew of something that did happen or you know, around there that certainly could help.
No, I mean, I wouldn't know anything more than what anybody else would know, because I don't know anything specific. You know. Okay. Like relating to that building or any other building on the street, or you know, just what ends up being you're reading in the newspaper or hearing on the news, whether and generally it's just something broken or stolen.
Okay, is there just trying to tie everything together here again in the end with times and everything, so when we do get the footage and go through that, everything was there anything else that you remember maybe inside the building? Because I think the cameras that are set up in there, the vantage point, of course I haven't looked, but did you go anywhere else on when you left the office, or just
when I went up to wherever I thought the car was parked, I did walk farther along because my knees been bothering me, and when I stand up, it bothers me. And I walk around, it goes away. So I might have walked a little farther, but not much. No.
What about inside? Because I mean, I know there's external, but there are internal cameras as well.
I went up and down the main stair. I didn't go up the second level.
Okay.
In the front foyer, in the office. That's it.
Just in the office?
In the front foyer, in the office. Was in the bathroom, but I didn't.
The bathroom on that level?
Yeah, I was not on any other level.
Okay.
No.
The footage on the cameras, it's going to show you leaving at 6:30. It's going to be consistent with that. That's inside. Okay. And not taking a right or a left or anything. I just want to make sure, so that he said he left, and here we've got him going right or anything else.
I feel comfortable that that's where I went. Yeah.
Okay. And like I said, well, you know, we'll review those and find out what's on them. So.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think we've got it all straight there with times and everything else. Anything else that's on your mind?
Just what happened, and you know, that's what my sisters and I were talking about, and No, nothing else.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna just consult you with my partner. I'll be right back. Did you still need to go to the bathroom? Just one last time. We're just gonna finish up, but if you had to go to the bathroom.
If I could, yeah.
Yeah, sure. All right, I want to clarify a little bit more, just because there's a part that's a little bit confusing to me, and I want to clarify it. When you came the first time,
Yes.
and then you left.
I'm guessing, yes.
You went upstairs,
Yes.
and you took some things upstairs the first time.
Yes.
And so, just go through that again for me.
Okay, I walked in the building, and I walked up to the top of the stairs, and I was shuffling through my bag, and some of the stuff that I wanted to bring wasn't with me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I decided that I should go back and get that, and then I was thinking at the same time, maybe I'll just go home.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think I was sort of playing those two things off in my head, and got in the car and came back, and I probably sat in my car for a bit and did some texting or business, and then went back in the building.
So you came out and went into your car,
Yes.
did some texting.
No, I don't know if I did. I don't know if I just took right off. I might have texted or looked at my email. I don't know. I know, and then I left, and then I came back, and
which route did you take?
I would have had to go down Princess, I think,
So you're on Canterbury.
out and down Prince William and up King,
And again, what time was that?
and 5:30.
That was at 5:30?
No, a quarter after 5
Quarter after 5.
ish.
Okay. Again, I'm asking, I want to
Like, I don't know for sure what time it was. I'm guessing.
What would make you say quarter after 5?
Well, because I think Maureen left around 5:30. I thought it was around 5:30, so it seems reasonable that it would have been before that,
Mm-hmm.
but not too long before that. 10 to 20 minutes before that.
Okay. And again, the route is important because...
I can't define. I mean, I might have gone. I mean, obviously, I couldn't go that way in Canterbury, so I might have gone down to Duke Street, but I don't think so.
Okay. It's really important that you remember what you did, because we're going to verify all this. We haven't yet, but we're going to verify it. There's cameras in the cities, and so we want to make sure the streets you went on are the streets you did go on.
That's the one that's logical to me.
Okay, if that's logical, but what one did you take? I mean, it was yesterday, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can't see any reason why I didn't take that route.
Which one did you take?
That one.
Okay.
But
do you know for an absolute certainty you took that one?
But I see no reason why I wouldn't have. Nothing comes to mind why I would not have taken that route. I can't go that way on Canterbury Street.
Right.
So.
But when you left, did you? I mean, the first turn. Did you take the first turn, or did you take the second turn? Because the first one would bring you onto Princess. The second one.
No, I might have. You know what? I might have got confused when I was going along, and I might have turned up Princess Street into the gravel parking lot.
You went up the wrong way.
Up
Princess.
Yeah, I might have done that because it's such a short little zip up there, right?
Mm-hmm. So you went in the gravel pit.
It's a gravel road, yeah. It's not a gravel.
Or a gravel parking lot.
Gravel parking
sort of
lot.
thing. So you remember going up there?
Yeah, because I think I had to either decide whether I was going to go home or go to the office, or whether I was turning around. But yeah, I was up in there. Yeah.
You were up in there. What made you go up?
Yeah, I don't know if I was thinking just go back to the office and park here, or whether I was thinking to do something on the phone. I don't know.
Did you realize you were on the wrong way street?
Oh, I knew I was on the wrong way.
Okay. So it stuck out
I
to
would
you?
have. Well, no, I would have known. I know factually that is the wrong way to go.
Okay. Now, why wouldn't you have mentioned that to me the first time? I mean, that's a significant thing.
Well, you asked me
I asked
to
you
really,
your route.
really think about this.
Yeah.
And I'm really trying to think about it. And so it wasn't significant, I guess, to me. I didn't realize that.
That you went the wrong way the first time?
No.
Up the wrong way?
No,
the wrong
I
street?
didn't realize that my route planning was so significant.
Well, like I said, when I asked you, it's very important the route you take, and you don't recall going up the wrong way.
Okay, so I went. If you're a police officer and somebody goes up a one-way street 10 feet, it's probably a bad thing. But if you're me, it's...
Well, it's significant in the sense that if I'm leaving an office, that's now a crime scene. Going up the wrong way, to me, I would want to make sure my route is going to be, I'm going to say, here's where I went.
Yeah, but
it's going to be clear to me.
Yeah, but look, I'm sorry, it's not 100% clear to me.
Okay.
And you said it's just yesterday. Well, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know how I get to work sometimes. I can be, totally zoned out on what's going on. So I'm sorry.
To now go up in the gravel driveway parking lot. I would remember that if I did that. It's just strange that you didn't mention that.
I don't think it's strange at all.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't.
If you asked me a couple times and I told you my route, and then I told you I went in the wrong way, and then I went into a gravel parking lot, would it seem odd to you?
No, it's jogging my memory.
Okay.
I don't see that as odd.
But this is very important to me. Like I said, every little detail
and I'm
matters.
trying to be.
So where did you go after the gravel parking lot?
I believe I would have gone down around.
And again, this is very important. Okay.
I'm trying to remember. I mean, I was.
Did you were up in the gravel parking lot?
I went around. So up in the gravel parking lot, and I went down Princess Street and along Prince William, up King, and back on Canterbury.
You went along Prince William?
Down, around, up King, and to Canterbury.
Okay, so you were in the gravel parking lot, came back out.
Yes. No, I'm on the wrong way. I was going the right way.
Yeah. Went down Princess. You sure you went down Princess?
I'm pretty sure.
Could you have turned left and gone down and then turned down? And again, we'll verify it. I
don't think so. I could have, but I don't think so.
Okay. Again, like I said, the details matter, and since you
don't-
did go up that wrong way, so is it possible you could have gone down further instead of right down Princess?
It's possible, but I don't know why I would have.
Okay. Again, I guess you don't know why you would have gone up the wrong way on Princess either.
Oh, I know why I did that, because
Why?
I was jogging in my memory. I mean, you were asking me earlier,
No, but what would
Was
you
I
go
going
up there
home?
the first time? If you're going back to your office, why would you turn left?
because remember I was thinking whether I was going to go home
Yeah, but
or go back to my office or stick with what I had.
You've grown up around the city all your life?
No, I grew up in Rossing.
Okay, but you've spent a lot of time in the city.
Yeah.
Would you go all the way through town, turning left on Princess to go home? Or would you go straight down? What would make you turn left?
To go home.
You said you were going to either go home or go back to the office. You couldn't decide?
No. I wasn't going to turn all the way up Princess Street the wrong way.
No, but what made you turn up Princess Street that way?
To go into the parking lot.
Why would you go into the parking lot?
Because I was thinking at the time, I don't need to go back to the office. I can just park here and go back to the office, because you can't drive back down Canterbury Street. So I had left where I was, and I was sort of, it was three choices: go to my office and get stuff, go home, or go back to the office because I had enough stuff. So I think I was just playing around with that notion.
But if you're in that parking lot, that was where your dad's car was.
That's right.
And you would have to turn up like this.
Yeah.
Right? And if you're going to go, like I said, why wouldn't you go down there? And
if you knew exactly where you wanted to go, yeah, I guess you would.
But you did. You knew you were either going to go home or back to the office, both of which are this way.
Or stay.
But if you were going to stay, why wouldn't you
or
stay?
be no. If I'm right here, I can't go back there.
But you can go back around.
Yeah, I can. And
or you can go straight.
I look. I don't.
And that's what I guess I want to know is, did you go straight instead of going down?
I don't think so.
Okay. Is it possible that you did?
I don't know why I would.
And I guess it's not a matter of, I guess, I don't know why would, but did you? Because I have to know the road.
I don't think I did, no.
You don't think you did?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. And again, just the reason why you would take your car out of there instead of walking back to the office and then walking back, hey, am I going to go home? Am I not? I mean, traffic's heavy there, right?
Yeah, I
don't know.
I think that, to me, that I've already explained that. I was not sure I was going back to my office, not sure I was going home, that sort of thing. So,
but you did have to go. Your initial thing was going back to the office. Your initial thought was,
no. My initial thought was three options. You know, am I going to bother to go in here? Am I just going to go home, or am I going to go back to the office? So it was sort of, you know, get in the car and try and figure out what to do, I guess.
Did you consider just running back to the office? You know, hey, it's just across the street. I'm going to run back and.
No, I think my first thing was just to go home, and I think it was after that I probably said no. I remember being at the top of the stairs, being disappointed, like, oh, you know, all I've got is this, forget it, type thing. And then I think my initial reaction was to go home. And then when I got in the car, I probably was, or maybe the whole way walking to the car, was deliberating which one to do, which way to go. So, anyways, yeah.
Is there something else that you know that happened that you're not telling me? You know, in this that you know.
No, I mean.
Is there anything else that happened that you're not telling me, or that did happen?
Like in the building or outside of the building?
Either one.
No, I mean, I remember. No.
Okay. It's really important we share it with each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm good.
Okay. There's nothing else, because, like I said, that's important to me. The wrong turn. So is there something else in there that you want to tell me?
I don't. No.
Nothing else?
No.
Okay. Because I want to be sure, and I thought we were sure before, and then when you told me that, no, I just want to make 100% sure.
Yeah, look,
And I don't want to have another conversation and something else happens, because...
Look, I don't...
So can you tell me the route again, when you went the first time, and then talk me through that again?
What I believe I did was leave my office, drive down Chipman Hill, drive up King Street, park in the parking lot, go up the top of the stairs, down the stairs, leave, drive somewhere, being challenged whether to go home or go back to my office or go back to Dad's office. Going back and parking on, being on Canterbury Street, seeing the car for a while.
When you say the second time you came back, you stayed in the car for a while?
No, it was the first time. I can't remember.
It's really important.
The first time I sat in the car for a while.
The first time?
Yeah.
And when you say a while, how long would that be?
5 minutes, maybe. 10 minutes.
Could have been 15.
If I was texting a lot or reading, long emails or weather, I mean, it could have been, because I mean...
Could have been more than that?
I don't think so.
So between 5 and 15?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
Go in the office and...
When you sat in the car?
Oh.
Or just at that?
Yeah. I can't remember. I sat in the car the first time on Canterbury Street. I did stop on Canterbury Street. And then I parked in the parking spot beside my father's and went inside and then left. And then I went to the gravel parking lot.
Did you sit there? Think?
I don't think I was...
You said you sat there and tried to decide whether you're gonna...
No, I don't think it was really sitting there. I think it was more... No. And then I...
Tell me what happened.
You've got me all confused now. It's not your fault.
No.
It's not your fault. Yeah, and I don't remember. Because I know I was parked on Canterbury Street. I know I was in the parking lot there. And I know I was parked beside my father. And I can't remember if it was... Well, I know that the first time I went in where I was parked. And after that... I'm having difficulty getting it straight.
Okay. I want you to think hard, though. I want you to, it's really important, like I said. I want you to think. Take your time thinking. And just play it through. And let me know what took place.
You have me intimidated now, so now I'm getting a mental block.
Okay.
Like you're
No, I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm sorry, because I get focused and I get
I know.
trying to pay attention.
And I'm trying to focus, and I'm trying so hard to.
Just give me 1 sec, okay? Hi. Dennis, there's been some inconsistencies in your story, okay?
Okay.
And I just want you to pay attention to me. I'm going to read some things to you, okay? Right now. And this is right to counsel. And it says, before you say anything, it's my duty to inform you that you have the right to retain and instruct legal counsel without delay. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You have the right to telephone the lawyer of your choice. You also have the right to free advice from a legal aid lawyer. If you're later charged with an offense, you may then apply to legal aid for assistance. You have the right to speak to the lawyer in private. If you wish to speak to a lawyer now, you can call a lawyer of your own choice, or you can call duty counsel toll-free for legal advice right now. Do you understand that?
I do.
What do you want to do about your right to contact a lawyer right now?
Given how uncomfortable I'm feeling, yes, I would. Sure.
Okay.
To exercise my right.
I would like to exercise my right. And that's your right to a lawyer, as we understand that.
Yes.
Okay. You need not say anything. You have nothing to hope from any promise of favor, nothing to fear from any threat, whether or not you say anything.
Say that again.
You need not say anything. You have nothing to hope from any promise of favor, and nothing to fear from any threat, whether or not you say anything. Anything you do say, maybe you get given as evidence. Do you understand?
I understand the last sentence.
Okay, that all that means is you don't have any. You have nothing to hope from any promise of favor of me promising you anything.
No,
And nothing to fear from any threat.
Yeah.
Whether you say anything or not.
Yeah.
And anything you say may be given in evidence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Can I get you to just sign there that you do understand that?
Right here.
Yeah. And this is a secondary caution. You must understand that anything said to you previously should not influence you, nor make you feel compelled to say anything at this time. Whatever you felt influenced or compelled to say earlier, you're not now obliged to repeat. Nor are you obliged to say anything further, but whatever you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Just get you to sign that as well. Having said that, you said you'd like to exercise your right to speak to a lawyer. Do you have anybody in mind that you'd like to speak to?
Yeah, I
Okay.
have a good friend who's a lawyer.
Why don't we take care of that right now then?
Okay. Okay, that's what you wanted, right?
Well, it was an opportunity for you to speak to your lawyer.
I just
That's okay. You don't have to tell me what you said. You had an opportunity to speak to him. Okay. So if you just want to have a seat right here again.
Sure.
Okay. Dennis, given our conversation, there's no doubt in my mind that you did this.
Did what?
You had involvement in this death. And I want to know why. Okay? I want to find out the reasons why.
Okay, you just told me in a piece of paper that I should be talking to a lawyer.
Yes.
And, shouldn't say anything, do anything unless I talk to a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've done that, and now you're at me.
I'm just asking you. Okay, we're having a conversation
Okay,
here.
but I think that what the conversation probably should end because
Okay.
I don't like it.
Okay.
And I think that from what I read on there, that I shouldn't be saying anything if I
Okay.
don't like what's going on.
Right, but it's your opportunity for us to talk, okay? And to find out reasons why.
Because of your tone and what you just said, I choose not to take advantage of that opportunity.
Okay, but this is an opportunity for you to talk to me about why that offends you. Why do you...
You just accused me of being the cause of death of my father. So don't like that at all.
Okay. Did you?
No.
Did you do it?
No.
Okay.
But look, can we just... You just said to me, Dennis, I think you need a lawyer, so
There's an opportunity to speak to a lawyer. At that point, you did speak to a lawyer. And now I want to have the conversation with you, okay? I want to have the conversation between you and I. And I want to talk about why, okay? Why did this happen?
I don't want to talk about anything because nothing happened.
Something did happen.
Not with me.
Okay. I believe something did happen. I want to find out the reasons why. Okay? And I want you to share that with me, okay?
Why wouldn't you allow me to share that with you, with my lawyer person?
Okay. That's private between you and your lawyer to talk to. I want to talk to you now, okay?
Okay, but
just me and you.
Keep it. Why wouldn't we just wait till my lawyer was here?
Okay. Because this is a conversation between you and I.
Yeah, but we could have that conversation with the lawyer as well.
We could, but that's private between you and your lawyer. And
so why don't you allow me the opportunity to have that private discussion with my lawyer?
Okay, that was you speaking to him in the room was your private opportunity to speak to the lawyer?
No, that was my asking, and I understood from what you were telling me that if I wanted to have a lawyer, that I should get a lawyer.
Okay, that was your opportunity to speak to a lawyer.
So all I did is say, they're telling me I should have a lawyer, can you come in?
Okay.
So that's all I did.
Okay. That was your opportunity. As I read in there, to speak to a lawyer. I asked you what you wish to do. You said you'd like to speak to a lawyer now. You spoke to your lawyer in private.
Okay.
Which you did. Okay.
First off, the lawyer I spoke to was a friend who knows nothing about any of this stuff, and he said he's calling another guy to come in.
Okay.
And
do you want to talk to me now?
No.
Would you like to talk to me now?
No, I would not like to talk to you right now.
Okay.
I would like...
What is the reason?
Because you're making me feel really uncomfortable.
Okay.
And you've got your mind made up, and I don't think there's anything I can say or do to...
That's not true. It's, if we have a conversation here between you and I and understand what happened, then I'll understand that.
Yeah, but I told you nothing has happened. So
Okay.
You said you believe otherwise.
Yes.
And so there's nothing more to discuss on that. And, if a lawyer's here and he's suggesting that I talk to you about things or other things, then, I can, you've just, look, you're all over me. I'm down like this.
I'm not all over you, and what I want to do is just talk, okay? I want to talk between you and I.
Yeah.
And discuss that.
I'd rather talk with the lawyer.
Okay.
I think I've made that very clear.
Okay.
Unless I don't have a choice.
No, you have a choice.
Okay,
And that
so-
was the choice.
No, but do I still have a choice?
When you spoke to a lawyer, that was your opportunity to speak
You
to a
know,
lawyer. You can speak to a lawyer certainly after, we're done talking. But right now, it's important that we talk. Okay.
So if a lawyer comes in here, this doesn't get interrupted, like...
No. Just give me 1 second. Did you call Bill Teed?
Yes.
Okay, I think he's on the phone for you.
Oh,
Is it in this room?
Yeah, no, it's just right there.
Okay. Again, it's an opportunity for us, at this time, to talk and to find out reasons why. Okay? And I do want to talk about that.
yeah, I'm not talking to you.
Okay.
My lawyer advised me over and over on the phone, don't talk to these
Okay.
people, don't say another
I
word.
understand that.
Okay?
but I want to know the reasons why, and I want to get, to know the reasons why.
I'd like you to back off.
Okay.
Okay.
There are reasons, and there are always reasons for these things, and I want to know what your reason is. Okay.
Do I have to turn and put my hand?
No,
on the
you
ground?
don't.
Okay,
No,
just
you don't.
back off.
Okay. But we can talk between you and I,
No, we
okay?
can't.
There's no reason why the two of us can't have a conversation.
Yes, there is, because my lawyer told me we can't.
Okay.
So we can't.
I understand that. We
You
can't.
don't respect it, though.
That's your
Please
lawyer's
respect it.
advice?
Yes, it is, and I
Right.
have to take his advice.
Okay. But we can talk, you and I.
No.
Okay?
We can't. I was told not to.
We can, between the two of us.
No, we
It's your choice to talk.
I choose not to.
Okay. But listen, we want to get the reasons why, okay, this happened, and we want to go further from there. Dennis, you and I have to talk here and have this conversation, okay? I need to know the reasons why. I want you to share that with me. Dennis, look at me. There's a reason for this. There's always a reason. Okay?
Doing what
I understand.
my lawyer told me.
I understand. Listen, I understand the relationship you and your father had wasn't a good one. He was very strained. He was hard on you. You never amounted to what he wanted. That bothered you. I'm sure that resentment carried through your whole life, even to now.
I never said that. I didn't. He was very proud of me. I never said that
Okay,
he didn't
you said
amount to what.
You guys had a strained relationship. It wasn't a regular father-son relationship. There was always that where you had to be, to a certain level he held you to. If you did something wrong, look at the cake. My God, you went to light some rum on fire, it went out in 30 seconds or less, and he gets mad at you. That's tough. That kind of stuff sticks with you, right? Over the years. And I understand that. I understand that can be hard. And when those things happen over and over again, that builds up. People just don't laugh that off and say, oh, that doesn't bother me. I know it affected you. And I know that would bother me too. But everybody's got a point. I think you had a point. Would you agree with me? You build up to a certain point. We've all got a breaking point. This was yours. How did that make you feel? All the time, family functions in front of everybody. Embarrassing you, embarrassing everybody, of these things. Whenever you tried to do something with him, he would belittle you, tell you how to do something. You're a grown man. That would bother me, and I think it bothered you too. Dennis? I know it must have been hard on you. Carrying that all through those years, even now as a man. Could be very, very frustrating. Was this something, that was spontaneous, or was it something planned that you had for years thinking, I'm going to do this, or was it something that just happened because there was a fight? There was something that happened that just happened spontaneously. Dennis, we need to talk here. You and I have to talk to each other, okay? I want you to talk to me. I want you to share that with me. tell me how that made you feel? Growing up like that? Dennis? Like I said, there's reasons for everything. I want to know your reason. Can you tell me what your reason is, Dennis? Why this happened? Like I said, is it something planned, or was it something that just happened? Something that, where you couldn't take any more? Or something, just happened and you couldn't control it? There's a lot of, like I said, a lot of rage and a lot of madness that's likely inside that would bother me too. Of always being told what to do, never being able to live your own life without him having some control over it. Telling you what to do, where you can go, where you can live, how to do this, how to do that. Like I said, everybody's got that point, and they can't take any more. Can share it with me. Dennis? Listen, I want to hear from you, okay? I just want to talk to you. I want to find the reason why. I want you to share that with me. Was this something planned? Was this something, that was thought of methodically through the years? I mean, that takes a certain type of person to do that. Are you that type of person? Or are you more or less the person that, like we all are, has a breaking point? Can't take much more, It gets to a certain point. I don't think you're that person to think over and over and over and over and go through things. And is that what type of person you are? I mean, that type of person, they don't have much remorse. It's thought of, they carry it out, and they know what they're doing. The spontaneous side, people have remorse because it's something that happened spontaneously, but they don't think about it until after. At that point, unfortunately, things change. Can you talk to me? Dennis? I don't think you're a bad person. I think bad things happen, and I want to know the reason why. Can you share that with me? Just you and I? I want you to be able to, okay? If you did, I want you to be able to. And I want you to tell me why, so I can understand that. As I said, I don't think you're a bad person. But there is a reason, and there's a reason for everything. I want to know your reason. Can you share that with me? What are you thinking right now?
God, I was told to keep my mouth shut, so I'm keeping my
Okay.
mouth shut.
Okay. That's advice. We can also talk as men, you and I, one-on-one. We can have that conversation.
But because I was told not to, I will not.
Okay. As I said, I mean, it's a conversation you and I can have, okay? And I want to know the reason, like I said. Was it something that happened? Or did you methodically think this out, which is, you know, to me, somebody who doesn't have much of a soul, much of a heart, if you're thinking something like this out? Or was it something spontaneous that just happened? I think that's the type of guy you are, not the other kind. Is that right? Dennis? Am I wrong in thinking that? You can tell me that. Am I wrong in thinking that? Is that what type of guy you are? Methodical, cold? I don't think you are. Can you tell me? I know I'm not. I know I'm right. You know, something that happened spontaneously. And I know there's a reason for it, isn't there? Dennis, I know there's a reason in there. I want you to share it with me. Can we do that? Am I right in saying that, you know, it's spontaneous and you're not cold and methodical? Please share that with me. We've been sitting here together, and you get a feel for a person, and that's a feeling I have. Am I right? Like I said, I don't think so. I don't think you're cold, heartless. You don't seem that way to me. But something did happen, and it was spontaneous. Like I said, those sort of things you don't think of until after, but it's not planned out. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was planned out. I don't know. But I don't think so.
Hi, Dennis. Dennis, I'm Keith Copeland of the Major Crime Unit, Steve Davidson's partner. I've been watching this interview since it started. I've been involved in this investigation right from the get-go. It's very clear to me that you, Dennis, are in a very bad place. You're in way over your head, and a lot of confusion in your mind as to what's happening, how it got this far. So let me explain to you how it got this far, because it's been very interesting for me to be able to sit back and watch all of this that's going on. And as a police officer, I've 28 years experience, and you get to know a little bit about people, in generalities, that is. But you see things that people are saying. You know how people communicate. People communicate in many different ways, as you understand. People communicate verbally, like I am with you here now. But people also communicate non-verbally. Do you know what I mean by that, Dennis? Body language. Sometimes when people communicate, they communicate verbally, they lie. Sometimes when people are lying, they don't remember their lies. And they trip up and they stumble. Because, you know what, people who are good, honest people, who don't make a habit of lying, find it difficult to maintain a story and remember what they said before because it was a lie. You don't remember lies. Good, honest people don't remember lies because it's a lie. Why would you remember it? You know, you don't want to say it in the first place. An honest person remembers their story clearly from start to finish. Because it's honest, it's true, it's cohesive, it's the way it happened. So when Steve asked you questions related to what took place, the sequence of events, your story changed. It wasn't the same. You wrote down your story. Do you remember doing that, Dennis, when you wrote your story down? So you wrote down what happened. Well, we do things with those stories. It's called statement analysis. And it's very powerful stuff, what statement analysis tells us. Certain weights that people put on certain things in their statements, and weight that should be in one place isn't there, and all that sort of stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on in police investigations. But what really happens is what we're doing right now, communicating. You're communicating to me whether you say anything to me or not. And I'm hoping that as time goes on, you will open up and communicate, because there's absolutely no doubt in my mind, Dennis, that you're not a bad person. You're just in a very, very bad situation. And bad things happen to good people. You have to know that we've spoken to many, many people throughout the course of this investigation, although it's a very short period of time. Most of what you see on television is false. You know, your assertion that you should have your lawyer present during questioning and all that sort of stuff is false. It's American EV. Television isn't real, and especially American television.
Why would my lawyer tell me to just sit tight and not say anything until he shows up? I have to believe that that's true.
Well, the advice that your lawyer gives you to say whatever he tells you to say is just advice between him and you. And he might hope that he could come here and expect to speak with you, except that Bill Teed is not a criminal lawyer. A of respectability and truth. But Dennis, I've been doing this for a long time. And sitting out there watching this camera, watching that camera, watching your reactions, the way you talk, your body language and your posture and the things you say, they tell me, as a seasoned investigator, a whole lot of things. And so you add things to your story, because Steve is saying, well, what about this? What about that? Do you remember this? So how am I so sure, Dennis, that your story is not true? Well, the inconsistencies include the fact that you show up there and then decide to leave because you want to go back to your office and get something. Well, your office is a stone's throw from your father's office. Did you not throw a stone from there? Pretty darn close, that's for sure. A good picture could, that's for sure. We make no bones about that. You're just going back to the office to pick up something that is very important to you, your genealogy, and you want to show it to the old man. So you're going to go back to the office, oh gee, I forgot something. I'm going to have a piss, I'm going to go have a whiz, then I'm going to go back to the office to pick that up. But you tell us that instead of walking back, you get in your car and drive back to the office. And along that route, you're thinking to yourself, well, am I going to go back or am I not? I don't know if I am or not. Not quite sure. But here's the problem for you, Dennis. That story can easily be disproved. Because you know in this day and age of technology, there are surveillance cameras everywhere you look. And even if you look, you can't see them all. So, surveillance cameras on traffic lights, you've heard of red light traffic cameras? They're everywhere. So you told us that you've driven into a dead-end parking lot, up a dead-end street, up a one-way street the wrong way, all that sort of stuff. Well, Dennis, you have to know that we can verify that through surveillance cameras at corner stores, at red light cameras, at Brunswick Square. Because we know the time of day that you say you did this. We know the car that you're driving. It's so easy to prove that that part, a very key part of your story, is not true. That's the fatal flaw. So the question is, why did this happen? Not did it happen, we know that. The question is why. And Dennis, we can disprove what you've already told us. And where does that leave you once you don't have that? Once you have the lie that you've told us, what after that? The only thing left after the lie, Dennis, for an honest person who made an honest mistake, is the truth. And the truth is, your father was a mean son of a bitch. He controlled every penny that walked through that house. He disrespected your mother, didn't give her money, argued with her about how much she spent on groceries, made you pay your own way to go away with him. Oh, that's business, son. That's the way business people do it. You earn your own way or you don't go. Isn't that right? But yet he went wherever the hell he wanted. Yeah, I'll be gone. I'll be back. Maybe sometime, whenever. It's hard, Dennis. It is hard and it's brutal, but it happened. And now where do we go from here? How do we resolve this? This is your time, Dennis. Your lie has been exposed. Now we need to decide. Is this a planned thing? No, you didn't plan this, Dennis. Because if you'd have planned this, you'd have planned this a much better way than you did. You would have had a better plan than this. Because the truth is, Dennis, you didn't have a plan. Did you just go there and get into an argument with him about money? Because you know what? Everything you've told me, Dennis, is about money. And if I grew up in your circumstances, with money all around you, at this stage of my life, I would expect to be sharing in some of that. Not battling with that son of a bitch every single day and having him control every aspect of my life because he wouldn't give up any of his goddamn money. You didn't plan this, Dennis. He brought this on. Pushed you, squeezed you, rubbed your face in the fact that he controls it all. Disrespected you. Disrespected your mother. Yeah, I've got this one, this little sweetie. And I'm taking her away. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Where's my $1,600, Dennis? You owe me $1,600 because I bailed you out. Jacqueline doesn't work much because she has lupus. Does he give Jacqueline a break? Lupus is a nasty disease. Nasty. Did he cut her a break, Dennis? No, he didn't. You told us that. Ruthless businessman. Nobody in your family. Nobody in your family. And I've watched some of the other interviews. I've heard the summaries from the other officers. I don't see any remorse. The old man's gone. The tyranny is over. When you live under that sort of thing, it's very difficult. Let me tell you about myself. I'm going to speak about myself for a little bit. I was the youngest of 6. My father left right after I was born. Never met him. And my mother resented, of course, the fact that she had 6 kids to bring up.
Can you tell the others that maybe they should go home?
They've already been spoken to, Dennis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I appreciate your concern for your family, because this is all about family. And they have been spoken to. So, my father left just after I was 6. And my mother resented that he had left, and rightfully so. I don't blame her for that. And she was left with us kids to bring up, and I was the youngest. And it was hard, and I'll give her that. I'll allow that. But unfortunately, I was made to pay for the sins of my father. And it was very, very difficult growing up in a life like that, where there wasn't a lot of love. And nothing I could do was right. Have you ever heard that before? Nothing you do is good enough. Nothing you do is right. And if it is right, well, it wasn't enough. That's the way I grew up. So I grew up like you did, to some degree. I didn't have a lot, but love is a highly motivating factor for a lot of us in our lives. At any rate, Mother and I had our issues. It was never Mom, it was never Mummy, it was Mother. So we had our issues. I moved out of the house when I was 17 years old. I didn't have a place to go. I ended up in some shithole in the South End here. When I was 17, and I never looked back. I couldn't stand her anymore. And so, 3 years ago when she died, I hadn't had contact with her at all. And 3 years ago when she died, my reaction was quite similar to what we saw from your family, in that people didn't react quite normally. I remember my boss, and I mentioned that to him today actually, because he was at my mother's funeral, and he said that, because we commented on the fact that, you know, your family, the Oland family, doesn't seem overly upset about the passing of the old man. And he, you know, I said that, well, you know what? I said to him, my boss, I said that everybody doesn't react the same way to that sort of situation. And he's a sharp guy, and he said to me, he says, yeah, I was at your mother's funeral. He says, I know that. I know that you didn't get along with your mother. So it was like when I found, when my sister called me and told me, it was like, okay, shit, what's the right reaction I'm supposed to give here? because I'm kind of ambivalent. She didn't do me any favors. She cursed me, physically abused me, and generally wasn't nice. So I don't have a lot of time for her, and now she's gone, and I'm supposed to go, oh, wow, that's bad, turn on the tears. Not happening. And Dennis, it's not happening for you either, for a lot more reasons than for me. You have, and rightfully so, an entitlement to what your father has. So does the rest of your family. You don't deserve to have it rubbed in your faces, and I can only imagine. I mean, here's a guy, I'm so powerful, you put a phone in your office, and when I call you, you answer that phone within 3 rings. That's how powerful I am. Man, when I heard you say that, I said, whoa, what an asshole. That's insane. What an ego. What an ego. So, your situation, Dennis, suddenly, through your own hand, has changed so dramatically. The question becomes, did Dennis plan this cold-bloodedly, sit down, meticulously plan this all the way through? I'm doing him, I'm killing the old man, I'm getting rid of him. Did he plan that every step of the way? Or did he go there to have a confrontation with Dad, to try and say, and bring some sense into this man, and say, look at what you're doing to this family, help us. Come around, find some common ground that we can resolve this. And then things went sideways, way beyond anything that you could have imagined. Dennis Oland, a chartered accountant, all of a sudden in a situation way beyond anything that he couldn't have pictured. Isn't that true, Dennis? You never ever planned to do anything like this. He drove this, just like he drove everything in life. Made this happen. Not your choice. You didn't go there looking for this. Or did you? The inconsistencies in your story, Dennis, tells me what happened. But you know the rest of the story. There's only 2 people that know the rest of the story, as far as we know. There's other things that we have to check. And I'm just like, you've probably heard of the show Law and Order and 48 Hours and all that sort of stuff. And some of the stuff that they do is good. But we don't have access to all the technology that's available to us immediately. Things take time. So, for example, there's been at least 2 break-ins at the building of where your father's office was. Are you aware of that? There has been 2 break-ins there recently. So what do people do? In this day and age, Dennis, so many convictions, so many charges get laid against people because of surveillance cameras and surveillance videos and all that sort of stuff. Because everywhere. Guess what? If we were in London, England, this would be all done and over with, okay? Because they're everywhere and they're real time and all that sort of stuff. But we're not. For us, it means knocking on doors and saying, where's your camera? Who's that? You know, John, was it Ainsworth for Printing Plus? Okay, I can't remember. Anyway, that building's been broken into twice. When we get situations when there's break-ins, sometimes the police put surveillance cameras into places for people. Sometimes the people hire their own. Okay, these are all things that will take time, the traffic cameras and all that stuff. So you cannot unring that bell, Dennis. Do you know what I mean when I say unring a bell? When a bell gets rung, once the echo finishes, it's already been rung and there's no change in that. So what's happened can't be changed. The only thing that we can do from this point forward, Dennis, is deal with it. Face it and deal with it. Because it's still coming in. The interviews are still being done. People are still being talked to. The doors are being knocked on. Can I have your surveillance video? And one of the things that drives me absolutely nuts, because you know what? I don't do technology. You do technology. Your dad, your father, he did technology. Me? I'm a 50-year-old guy that really can just barely handle a friggin' cell phone. And that's the truth. So what happens is, and this makes me crazy, we go and we get surveillance video from people and they give it to us. Well, why can't I just stick the bloody thing into my computer and make it play? Because, well, it's all proprietary formats and we have to, so it's got to go to our IDENT people and all that. They've got to decode it with some sort of media thing. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't care. I get them, I put them aside. Fix this for me. So Dennis, all of that is coming to us. And you know that. Within your heart, you know that. And I can see how overwhelmed you are and defeated by what's happened. And I fully understand that. So where do you go from here, Dennis? Where do you go from here? Is there a plan for that? Is there a plan for it? Besides, wasn't me, didn't do it, can't prove a thing? Pop culture. Bart Simpson. Wasn't me, didn't do it, can't prove a thing. Well, let me show you this video here, Mr. Simpson. It wasn't me. It's right here. Tandy's restaurant. You familiar with Tandy's restaurant? Right across the street. They have a camera pointing right out the door. That's just one. I'm not making this up, Dennis. I want to give you the opportunity to tell me how this happened. To tell me that it wasn't cold-blooded. That it was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I want you to have that opportunity. What did he say to put you over? We know that when he came back from this trip, that he made changes to his will. Did he tell you that? Is that what happened? Is that what put you over the edge, Dennis? Did he tell you that? Did you guys argue about something? And he whacked you with that? I don't know. I'm just asking. You know, people allow for the fact when somebody is demanding, as overbearing as your father was, and the control he exerted over everybody's lives, pushes people to the brink. You went through a nasty divorce. So instead of, at the age of, what are you, 40-something? 40, how old? I know. So instead of, you're in your 40s, that's for certain. So at a time in your life when you should be financially secure, you're an accountant, you're a money man, you grew up with money. Instead, by your own admission, you've said to us, your father bailed you out. Something he hasn't done for other people in the family. Hasn't shown them the same kind of, what's the word, not respect, that's for sure. He hasn't done that for anybody else. He did it for you. Not only did he do it for you, but he did it in a very big way. We're talking a lot of money. But even that didn't make enough difference, because you're still in financial straits. At your age, you're in financial straits, difficulties. That's tough to deal with, especially when you're looking at that man who has all that. Not only does he have all that, he's screwing you over, making you pay every cent, making your sister pay rent on the farm that the family owns. Do I understand that correctly, or did I misunderstand that? Because I thought I understood that she had to pay rent for the farm, and it wasn't turning a very good profit, and she wasn't making much money because she has lupus. Did I get that right? Okay, you choose not to answer, that's fine. I say this to you, Dennis, because these are all understandable things, if they're true, that would make anybody say, what kind of a cold-blooded bastard is he? This is his family. And didn't he get the money from his father? Wasn't it family money handed down to him? Wasn't it his duty to share that wealth with his family? Instead of, knuckle under, suck it up, sister, this is business. Here's my $1,600. I'm going on a trip. I'm racing yachts around the world, burning up as much cash as I can. Where's my $1,600? Answer the phone if I call you. Wow. Dennis reached a tipping point. Understandably so, Dennis. Where do you go from here, Dennis? You do have control, believe it or not, you have control now. Because you can move on now. You're free from that, whatever you want to call them. I don't want to put words in your mouth, call them nasty names on your behalf. It's not my place to do that. You called him the dirty pig. And I think that was a pretty accurate term. Because if everybody else knew in your family, and they did, and the sad thing is, you guys thought you were hiding it from your mom. You didn't hide it from her. She knew. Dirty family secret that everybody tried to keep. The old man's got a bucket full of Viagra. The dirty family secret, and everybody tried to keep it from everybody else. You guys shared it amongst yourselves like brothers and sisters will do to some degree. But the whole plan was to save it from Mom. But Mom knew too. So none of what's happened has come as any surprise to anybody. But now, what now, Dennis? It still comes back to that same central issue as to whether you planned this or whether it just happened as a spur of the moment, and only you can tell me this at this point. Does your father have cameras in his office? Maybe you already know the answer to this one. Seems to me someone as suspicious as he is, someone as tech savvy as he is, likely does. So what's going to happen with this investigation? We go into the computers, we go through every inch of the office, we find all that stuff. The story that you told us, we have to check that. We have to try and verify that what you said was true. I don't believe it. But in the interest of investigative purposes, we do check all those things because it verifies what we've done in our investigation. So these things are going on. Financial records, yours, your father's, it's all open to scrutiny now. All of that. But right here and now, Dennis, is your opportunity before all the other stuff gets dragged out into the full light of day. This is your opportunity, Dennis, to put the brakes on that and say, whoa, okay, I'm not a cold-blooded killer. I didn't plan this. It happened. And here's what happened, and why, and how. Or you leave us with the duty to explore every option and to go with whatever situation develops out of what we It's not a pretty picture, Dennis. Any way you look at it, it's not a pretty picture. But I have to go back to my belief, my strong belief, that you're a good, honest person who reacted very badly. Make no mistake about that. You are a good, honest person who made a very, very bad mistake and a serious sideways turn from your life that, you know what, is not in any way indicative of who you are, of who your family expects that you are. And I'm not a doctor. I'm not anything like that. I don't have any psychology skills or anything like that. But I know that when you put a person under so much pressure, so much scrutiny, so much scorn, and so much control, it causes unintended effects and causes people such as yourself to react in ways that you would never have dreamed possible. But Dennis, if I don't hear that from you, it's just me talking. If I don't hear from you anything at all about how this happened, and we have to execute search warrants and all that stuff, when you have the opportunity to give a plausible explanation for what happened, but choose not to, then it becomes a situation of, well, there must be a little more to this. Perhaps Dennis did have this all planned out. And I don't know. I don't know you, Dennis. All I know is that I've watched you for the last several hours. Listened to Steve speaking with you, listened to your responses, watched your responses, gauged your responses, and drawn my own conclusions. There's absolutely no doubt about what happened and who did it. The question is why, Dennis? And only you, at this point in time, can provide the why. We'll do all the other stuff, all the hows and all that stuff. But it's up to you to decide where this goes. Because you can't unring this bell. And the echo of this bell
is still ringing in his room. And it'll ring for some time to come. And you know that, Dennis. We can't unring this bell. I am personally sorry for what's happened to you and to your family. But it's happened. Neither you or I can change that. All the money in the world cannot change any of this. Now, it's moving on time. It's manning up time. You know what man up means? Tell it to your kids all the time. You've done this. Be honest with me. That's what we tell our kids. We'll deal with this, but be honest with me. That's what we tell our kids. Your family is behind you. You know they're behind you. Because why? Because I've seen their reactions to what's happened to their father, their husband. I've seen their reactions. And it's not the reaction that we expect from someone who we love, when someone we love and respect has been taken. None of them showed that reaction. So the situation that you are now in, Dennis, and that they are aware that you are in, is something that doesn't change the way they feel about you. I'm quite certain when I say that. We all just wish this hadn't happened. Every last one of us. But it did. So now, Dennis, it's the way forward. Pick the path forward, Dennis. And the path forward is, why did Dennis do this? Is Dennis a cold-hearted, murderous, conniving person? Or did Dennis finally get sick and tired of being browbeaten and abused and watching his family be abused by this guy who sails all over the world racing expensive yachts, doing whatever he wants, taking people here, taking people there, arguing with his mother over $150 worth of groceries? That gets pretty old, doesn't it, Dennis? Damn right it does. So this wasn't about financial gain for Dennis. Isn't that right? This was about ending the tyranny. I've had enough of this. You're not treating me like this anymore. Or maybe there was no conscious thought. Maybe it was just like, ah! Was it just a moment of flash of whatever? Just no plan, it just happened?
Excuse me, I didn't mean to yawn.
I know you didn't mean to yawn. Remember what I told you about body language, stress? Yawning is a way of the body ridding itself of stress. Man, you're under so much stress, Dennis. I know that. Why? Because I'm the guy that's putting it on you. And I told you about that. This is what we have to do. We have to find a path forward. You're the person that has the answers, because only you were there. Tell me about it, Dennis. Tell me how this happened. Dennis, you went there. You went there and you were going up the stairs
to confront him about whatever, I don't know. You went up there to confront him. I'm sorry. You went up there to confront him about this. And it was just like, I can't do this. And you left. You didn't want this confrontation. You tried to avoid this confrontation. You did what you could to avoid the confrontation. But then you sat in your car and you said, I have to deal with this. I cannot let this man control my life and my family's life anymore and disrespect us in the way that he has all these years. I can't take this anymore. Is that the way it happened, Dennis? Tell me how it happened. Or was there somebody there? Were you waiting for his assistant to leave? Thought she left? Is that how it happened? She's been with him for 31 years, 32 years. You didn't want her to be any part of this nastiness. That's for certain. It's supposed to be between he and you.
How did he bring this about, Dennis? How did he make this happen? What did he say to you? Belittled you once too many times? That was it? That's enough? I can't make this go away, and nor can you.
Do you want some water, coffee, or anything?
Water would be nice.
Yeah? Nothing else? You sure?
No.
Okay, I'll get you some water.
I have a very big cups.
Oops.
But you want more? Say so, I'll get you more. Dennis, this is a horrible, difficult situation. And Steve and myself have tried to treat you well. Have we treated you okay? I know it's difficult to answer that question, but
Yes, but my lawyer told me that I should no longer speak or don't speak until he gets there or whatever. So I have to trust that advice was the right thing to do.
okay. You've received a lot of advice over the years from all kinds of people. And please don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying your lawyer's advice is right or wrong. However, this is about what your heart tells you right now, Dennis. This is about, your lawyer doesn't know. And I'm not going to spend too much time here, okay, on this lawyer stuff, but your lawyer does not know what happened. You and I both know what happened. Perhaps you told your lawyer exactly what happened. I don't know, and I don't want to know, because that's a completely private conversation. But this is about what Dennis knows in his heart needs to happen. You're a good Catholic person.
What I know in my heart is that I was told that I should call somebody, so I did.
Yep, that's right. And you've exercised your rights to a lawyer, and we've given you that opportunity.
That person
Yep.
who I called said, just, don't talk anymore.
Mhm.
And I'm going, that's what my heart tells me, my head tells me to respect that that is the right thing to do.
Okay.
And it just seems like the right thing to do. And
Why? Why does it seem like the right thing to do?
it's following advice.
Have you always followed the advice that you've been given? Always, every single time?
From experts, I tend to feel that it's good to trust them, yeah.
Well, all of the executives at Enron were experts, weren't they?
Yeah, I don't think these guys are... We're not talking about that.
No, we're not. We are absolutely not. And I'm glad you recognize that, Dennis. Dennis, is Lisa in on this? Is your wife in on this? Is this part of the plan? Are you being controlled by your wife about this? You have to know that we will look at every single possibility. If you have nothing further to say, if you are not in a position to say, you know, what you think, what you know, what your heart tells you to do, we will look at everything. And there's so many different angles here. We know you're the instrument, but why? You're the mechanism. Why? And is somebody else behind this? But again, it comes back to, Dennis, was this a plan? Or was it a spur of the moment crime of passion, if you will? Because passion doesn't have to be between lovers. I think you'll agree that there's passion in families. You can have a passionate argument with your brother, sister, father, mother. They're passionate arguments, especially where money is involved. Sometimes passion causes us to say and do things that we instantly regret later. Is that a fair assumption? I think it is a fair assumption, Dennis. You know that everybody else in the family's been talked to. You know that you'll continue to talk to them again and again, as much time as it takes, as much effort as is required will be expended to find the truth. But right now, you and I have the ability to answer so many of those questions. It's within this room between you and I that these answers exist. You control that. You know you cannot unring this bell. We've already been through that. But yet, you can control what happens to you and to the rest of your family from here on out. You have that power. I don't have that power. I don't. But you do. Do you believe me when I say that? That strength lies in you? You may feel that at this point in time you don't have a lot of options. But you absolutely do. You have the option of relieving your family of a lot of questions. That's within you. Or you can fire up a whole bunch more questions. Because we need answers. If there's no answers from you, somebody else may have answers. Crimes of passion start at home, within the family. You grew up under his thumb. Your whole family grew up under his thumb. Nothing happened. You got divorced. That got ugly. She got a whole bunch of money, which she wasn't entitled to.
She was entitled to it.
You think?
Yep.
Automatically entitled to half the money?
Mm-hmm.
Good for her. You never got any. You had to get a loan. And she got money. Been there, Dennis. Been there. I didn't think that my ex-wife was entitled to half of my future monies. Sorry. She made choices. Anyway, that's for another time. But anyway, I'm glad you think that you're satisfied with that. But guess what? That puts you way, way behind. Put her up on top of things, and you way, way behind. So now guess what? We're creatures of comfort. We don't want to be alone. And why should we? So a new wife comes along. Ooh, Oland family. Giddy up. Been together for a while. Suddenly sees the lay of the land. Dennis, why aren't you getting any money from him? Do you see how ugly this gets? Do you see how ugly this gets, Dennis? It's not. It's what we have to do. It's where this investigation has to go. Because we don't have answers. I've already touched on this whole family reaction to Dick's death. And it's unusual. I'll be polite. But I've already told you that I understand that based on my own personal life. So I do get it. But, key factor here, Dennis. Spotlight's on you. I think you noticed that. And what we're not seeing, what I'm not seeing and I'm feeling, is any kind of remorse for your situation, for your family situation. Because, guess what? The snowball is rolling and rolling and rolling. And there's no remorse. So we go back to, well, if I'm not seeing any remorse, and I'm not seeing any efforts at reconciliation from Dennis, then it speaks to me that there's some planning involved. That he doesn't have remorse, because guess what? There isn't any remorse. How did you think that you wouldn't be discovered? How is that? So, your lack of remorse, Dennis, and maybe it's there. Maybe you're so messed up in this whole situation that the remorse is there, but it's just, you don't know what to do. You're just spinning. And I fully understand that. You've gone from a chartered accountant to this, to sitting inside this room. Boom, in the blink of an eye. And things will never be the same. And you're aware of that. So there is remorse in you, although I'm not seeing it. And it's a key part of your story. It has to be, Dennis. Because everything we've talked about here is part of this investigation. And at some point, we'll be looking at this conversation and saying, where's the remorse? Where's the reaction from Dennis? Because clearly Dennis now knows where he's at in life. But yet, we're not seeing the remorse come through. And it's got to be there, Dennis, and it can't be very far from the surface. Because if it is a long way down from the surface, then we were looking at a cold-blooded killer. And I want to believe that I'm not looking at a cold-blooded killer. I want to believe that. But if Dennis has the means to say stop, my family doesn't have anything to do with this, you idiot. This is between me and the old man. Don't even think about looking at my family. Me and the old man had it out. Shit happened. There's my remorse. Or not. Or maybe all we ever get to see is Dennis with his arms folded, looking at his feet. Sorry about what's going on, Ma. Couldn't say much, you know, you understand, eh? Sure they'll understand, won't they, Dennis? Not so sure about that. Why'd you go to the wharf in Renforth? You didn't go there to see the kids. And here's why. I'll tell you why. Because coincidentally, 2 days ago, I think it was, or maybe it was yesterday, I don't know. The days run together. In my police car, I work in an unmarked car, and I have a computer in my car. And quite often, I don't work in the office, I'll go work in my police car. So I chose to go sit down at the wharf in Renforth and sit and type reports. Turned off my cell phone, turned off the radio, sat there and got a bunch of work done that needed to get done. While I was there, I was watching the kids that are out kayaking, taking kayaking lessons. I was there first thing in the morning, and I watched them. So guess what? They're out there kayaking, doing their kayaking lessons and all that. So guess what? At 6:30 at night, they're still going to be down there kayaking? Because that's what you told us you went down, because the kids are down there kayaking. So that's not why you went there, if in fact you went to the wharf in Renforth. You didn't go there to see the kids. So now what are we doing, Dennis? What do you suppose the cops are doing? Searching that whole area. Looking for any kind of evidence that we may find. Are we going to find any remorse down there, Dennis? Is there remorse stuffed into the garbage can or thrown into the water? What do you think? Can I get you some more water?
No, I'm good.
Sure.
Yeah.
Dennis, it is 9:55 p.m. The DVD is ending, so we're closing this part of the interview. You and I are staying here, but they're just changing the DVD. Okay, so at 9:55 we're concluding this DVD. I'll come back in a minute. Can I get some more water, okay?
Sure.
You can't stop me. Right. Water. And I brought you coffee.
Yeah, I don't drink coffee.
Well, they didn't bring me one, but I won't drink it in front of you. That would just be wrong. And it's Tim Hortons, and that's crap. You don't drink coffee at all?
No, I think I'm allergic to it. It gives me migraine headaches.
Yeah. I used to have migraine headaches a lot. Mostly shift work was what it did it for me. This is all about family. All of this is about family. And family issues are hugely complex. And we know by the types of injuries that happened that it was a crime of passion. that there's a great amount of feeling and passion in what happened. But again, only you can provide the details. And because it's about family, and I already said this to you, your family knows the situation that you were in right at this point in time. And you showed your concern for your family by saying to me, just shortly after I come into the interview, can you tell my family to go home? They don't have to hang around here. Family. Concern. So, let's play a guessing game, Dennis. Who's the one member of your family still here?
My wife.
No. She's not really family.
Hmm?
She's not really family. She's married to family. Your mother is still here. So, she is still here, Dennis. Your long-suffering mother. How did you get that scratch on your left arm? Was there a struggle last night? Just got a little bit of abrasion down there. Did that happen during a struggle? Is that what happened?
Probably just did that now.
No, I noticed it quite a while ago. I'm looking for something for you to say what happened. That it wasn't cold-blooded. That your wife's not involved. That your mother's not still here, hoping that she doesn't get brought in here next. I mean, we've already spoken to her, but why is she back? Is she back for you? To give you support? Or is she back because she's expecting that she should come in and say that she put you up to this? That she had a part in this? Mothers can be very controlling too, even if they're on the outside. I don't know, Dennis. All I know is that she's sitting out there. And that we still don't know what motivated you. I'm guessing she wants answers too. But she's here. And I'm not, for any, please don't misunderstand me, I'm not saying your family deserted you and they all went home. My God, they had to. Kids, dogs, supper, medication, pick any one of them. But the overwhelming fact is, Dennis is going to have to deal with this. And you will have to deal with this, Dennis. And it's your choice on how to deal with this. It really is your choice. And I have to say, you're not dealing effectively with it.
I'm not what?
Not dealing effectively with it.
Oh, but that's a different
Mindset?
mindset than
Yeah.
what the lawyer said. That dealing effectively with this would be to wait till he got here and just wait.
How long do you think you can wait? Oh, you do know, Dennis. You already know. The echoes are still ringing in this room. And once we go beyond this room, the echoes are still ringing. And we cannot stop that. Your lawyer can't stop that. The church can't stop it. You can silence the bell to some degree because you know the real truth. The truth I've offered to you in a bunch of different scenarios amount to not much more than a fishing trip at this stage of this investigation. Isn't that true? I know certain things. I know that you drove there. So you say, I know what you've told us. I know that what you told us is untrue. It's bogus. And it doesn't stand up to the light of day. It doesn't stand up to a midnight light. And you know that. Where do you go from here, Dennis? And I've asked you this before. What is your expectation of what can happen for you from now on? Things can happen. I don't control everything about what will happen, but I do know that you can control the way things will happen. But what you're doing right now is of no relevant value. In fact, I would suggest it's of great harm to you.
Why would a lawyer suggest something that would be harmful?
You have great respect for lawyers.
No, it's just, it seemed logical.
Let me go back to children. And as parents, when we find our child in a situation where there is no way out, where there is no element of doubt in what you believe as a parent and what your child is saying, you tell the child certain things, don't you? You tell them what their choices are. You tell them that there's consequences to what they've done. But you also tell them, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Dennis, if you bring your children up in a different fashion, then what I'm saying to you now would be completely alien. So if what I'm saying to you now is completely alien, you need to tell me, because I believe that you were brought up in a Christian household, Catholic household, with a good, strong mother, and certainly a strong father. You can't deny he was a strong father. Parenting skills, not such 100%, no warm fuzzies there. However, he knew right and wrong, and he certainly told you what was right and wrong. And I'm sure that you've instilled that in your children as well. Maybe not to the same degree that he did in you, hopefully not, because from the sounds of things, he wasn't such a great parent, certainly not such a great role model. But point of fact is, as a parent, we expect certain things from our children. And when we have our children in a situation where we absolutely know that what they have done is not what they're saying, we tell them, you ain't getting this by me. I know different. Here's going to be the consequences. You cannot lie your way out of this. People have a whole lot more respect for others, especially loved ones, who can admit that what they've done is wrong. There's no way around this, it was wrong. And we expect, and in some cases demand, as parents from our children. It's no different. And when we grow up, we're still children. We still act like children. In your case, you still have your mother. she has expectations too of what Dennis will do. And how Dennis will face this. She has those expectations. And she will have, I expect, she will have a reaction, 2 different reactions versus your 2 different responses. She will have one reaction to, because you will have to tell your mother the truth. If you never tell me the truth, you'll have to face your mother and tell her the truth. There is no way that you can't do that. So, she will have 2 reactions to what you tell her when you tell her the truth. Or you know what, Dennis? You may not have to tell her the truth. She may already know the truth. She may know how far, because I certainly don't. She may know how far your father pushed you and how hard he rode you. And she may be willing to say that. She may already have said that to the other officers that interviewed her. I don't know. But you will have to face your mother. And she will know the truth. Whether you admit the truth to her or you don't, she will know the truth. And then it comes down to an issue of respect and love. Is there unconditional love? Sometimes yes. You see what I mean, Dennis? This bad dream doesn't go away. My lawyer said no. Does Mom buy that? Well, you know, Mom. Just advice. Well. It comes full circle to who you are, Dennis. As a person, as a professional person, as a career, in your career. This issue comes full circle back to that. I planned this. I was going after whatever I could get. Wife was on me. I got bills. Come on, you guys understand that, hey? Come on. He had a lot of money, and it wasn't all his. He got it from his old man. Come on, you guys understand. I should have got some of that. So there's one version. Or the other version, there's only 2 here, Dennis. There is only 2 versions. I've just given you one nasty version. The other version, I just snapped. I just got tired of him and his mistress, her showing up at things, saying things to people right in front of our faces. I talked to his business partner, said, put an end to this. He knew about it. Enough said. It didn't end. You know what? I wanted to deal with it, and he just wouldn't listen. I snapped. I lost it. That's it. I just snapped. I mean, I can't put words in your mouth. I look at your arm, I see some scrapes on your arm. I look at your throat and your chest, and I see scrapes there. I don't know. Is that part of a struggle? Did you guys have a struggle? Or is this something that happened afterwards? I don't know. I'm only hoping, I'm only asking, I'm only suggesting that Dennis Oland doesn't seem to me to be a cold-blooded planner of an execution of his father. That's not what I'm looking at here. I don't see any remorse, and that's a wild card. Are you a card player? That's the wild card, man. The remorse situation. But you know what? I can discount that remorse because I've been in your shoes with a person who I don't really have a lot of respect for. Yeah, okay, we're blood. You're my parent. But there's no love there. So The remorse I can kind of put to one side. But okay, if you don't have remorse for your dad, your father, because he's not dad. I don't think you would ever have called him dad. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just projecting my own story, I guess. But if you don't have remorse for your father, out there is your mother. And there should be some kind of remorse there. Because I don't think I'd be wrong in saying that she loves you. And she probably laments more what's happening to you than the loss of your father and her husband. I'm guessing that issue is down here compared to how she feels about Dennis, her son. She goes to bed every night at 9:30. Not tonight. She's back here for you. You may say to yourself, I don't know what you're thinking, but you may be thinking to yourself, yeah, good luck, Copper. You think you're going to portray me as a cold-blooded killer? Good luck with that. I'm a freaking chartered accountant, man. I'm not known for being cold-blooded killers. Maybe that's rolling around in your head. But in the absence of any proof to the contrary, or any indication from you, or words otherwise, then it's a very real scenario. Because of all that you stood to gain by this. But I'm trying to find out, Dennis, from you, whether this is about money or whether this is about passion. Because they are worlds apart. Worlds apart, Dennis. But you want the evidence to show that you sat in a chair and closed your eyes, and for all intents and purposes appear to be sleeping while I'm trying to talk to you about this? Is that what the image you want to project? No remorse, and guess what, Copper? I'm going to have a snooze while you're talking to me about being a cold-blooded killer. No, I'm just going to have a snooze. Man, I know you're confused, Dennis. I know that. But something I'm saying to you has to be ringing some sort of truth in your head. There has to be something in your head saying, man, I'm not looking for who did this anymore. We're so far beyond that, Dennis. That is the most insignificant detail of this whole conversation. So get past the point of saying, I did it. You've already said that. I know what you're saying. Oh, I didn't say that. Yeah, you did. In so many different ways. And a trained investigator can point that out. In many different ways. That's not what we're here for now. We're beyond that. That's done. It really does, Dennis, come back to why did Dennis do it? I've offered you the only plausible scenarios. Unless there's something that I haven't covered, I can't think of it. It's either about greed or it's about passion. You know, in life, Dennis, we accept people's limitations, and we know what happens to people when they're pushed past their limits. It can only take so much. That's real life. You mentioned very early on in this investigation that you hoped it didn't have anything to do with the crackhead. You know, crackhead breaking in and all that sort of stuff. Well, guess what? None of that happened. There's no crackheads here. You are not anything close to my usual run-of-the-mill clients. Sitting there picking scabs. Every time I step out of the room, they turn around and pick zits out of their hair and scabs off their noses and stuff. That's not who you are. You're not ever going to be like that. You're a person here through circumstance. And I'm asking you, not getting any answers, but I'm asking you, are you here because of circumstances beyond your control? Is that your story? When do you tell your story, if not now? If not now, when you have the opportunity to tell the unvarnished truth. If not now, Dennis, when? And who to? Or do you sit there for the next 6 months with your head in your hands? Or do you pick it up and move on?
I'm sorry, you're telling me that I'm not allowed to speak to a lawyer, or?
Oh, you've already spoken to a lawyer.
I'm sorry?
You've already spoken to your lawyer. You've exercised the right to speak to a lawyer. You satisfied the requirements that are put upon us.
Okay.
Why did you think that I said you could?
Oh, I didn't suggest that you said.
I asked you if this was the best time. I suggested to you this was the best time to give your version of the story, because I said to you, if not now, when would you tell it to? And who would you tell it to? Maybe, I don't know if that's what you misconstrued there. I'm not sure.
No, you said I'd be sitting here for 6 months.
Oh, no. Guess what? You might be. I'm not gonna. No, you will not be sitting here for 6 months. But this is not what I mean by saying, when I said that, it was a euphemism for the fact that for the next 6 months, if you choose to sit there and say nothing, and I don't physically mean sit there, but to anybody else that's involved in this investigation, and your family, and all the people that are now affected by what's taken place today, if you choose to sit there with your head in your hands and say nothing, wow. It's not just about us here in this room, Dennis, and you have to know that. Right now it's very much focused on you and I. But it absolutely is not about just you and I. And so my point is, we don't know, because Dennis hasn't said what happened. I've given you a couple of scenarios, and I can't think of any other reasons in your situation what would have happened. You haven't offered any explanation. So our investigation carries on, continues on, and if we don't come to a conclusion with your assistance, then we will draw conclusions, because that's what we do, and then we present them in court for other people to consider. Whereas If you and I discuss what happened openly, honestly, and fairly, it goes a long way to how everything else flows. Because again, this doesn't come back to who did this. That's done. We know that. It's why. And the why is a huge factor in everything else. In your dealings with your mother when you leave this room. She probably knows why, and I think I'm right as to why. But if I don't know why, then we have to go further. We have to talk to more people, do more digging, find a version of the truth that fits this big puzzle, when in fact I'm sitting here with the person who has the answer to the Rubik's Cube. You're the person who can deal with this. You're the only person that knows the real truth. Or are you? Because as I've said, the scenario I presented about your wife, your new wife, is a very valid one. That she all of a sudden wants a little bit more of the pie and it's not there for her. Not only that, but Jesus, you guys are in debt. And the old man should cough up some money. That's a very valid scenario. If we want to go, if we need to go to the point of leaving no stone unturned to get to the real truth. And that's harsh. To put everybody else through that. Very harsh. I can't say it any plainer than that, Dennis. I can't say it any plainer that you're the person that controls that aspect by being able to tell your story to me and be able to tell your story to your family. Because they already know who they think Dennis is. And now all of a sudden, they're not so sure. Dennis isn't saying anything. Putting it up, you know. He's covering for somebody. Covering for his wife, covering for his sister. I don't know.
Just doing what he was told to do.
Who told you to do it? Or doing what he was told to do? You're finishing my sentence.
Right.
Yeah, okay. I thought you were adding your own part to the sentence. Well, exactly. That's where my sentence would have finished. Or is Dennis doing what he was told to do?
By his lawyer, by saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. Well, your lawyer's not the one that has to live in Dennis's skin. Only Dennis can live in Dennis's skin. It's apparently quite itchy right now.
It's cold too.
It's just, you know, it sucks. There's nothing better to say than that. All these doors opening, closing, slamming, more people coming in, more people being interviewed and talked to. No stone unturned, Dennis. But yet you and I are this closer to the truth than any of these other people in these other rooms that are coming and going. You and I are the ones. Did you go there with a plan, Dennis? Is that why you left? Because you chickened out? Or maybe you didn't go there and walk away like you said you did. Maybe you only went there the once. And then things all blew up. I don't know. I don't know. I want desperately to hear your truth. That's why I'm spending all this time here with you, to learn your truth. To give you the opportunity to hold your head up, to be able to face the people closest to you, the ones that mean the most to you, to be able to tell them what happened. People make mistakes, Dennis. And if I go through the rest of my life and never make another mistake, man, they'll be putting up buildings after me. But that's not happening. I'll fall down tomorrow and I'll fall down next week. I'll screw up something. Because that's what happens. People make mistakes. It's not how far you fall, Dennis. It's how far you bounce back afterwards. How high you climb. But there's only one way to climb out of any hole that you've dug for yourself. And that's one step at a time. One step at a time. And the steps begin to you, for you, right here in this room. This is where it starts. Oh, you go out the door and you tell your family, I didn't tell them a thing. They didn't get nothing out of me. Not making me sing. That's good, eh, Ma? I didn't tell her nothing.
That sounds like your scout guys.
That ain't a pretty picture, is it? But that's what it is. But you know what? I treat them fair. I try to treat everybody fair. I had one guy come in here. We chased him. He had a stolen car. And the cops chased this stolen car. Smashed up 3 police cars. We finally got him penned in on the Harbor Bridge, dragged him out through the window. Did all the usual nasty cop stuff to people that we chase in high-speed chases and drag through windows. Brought him in here. I brought him upstairs and I said, tell me what happened. I'll tell you nothing, he says. I said, well, tell me what happened. I said, I'm willing to hear your story. He said, you won't believe me. I said, well, there's only one way for you to find out if I believe you or not, and that's for you to tell me your story, tell me exactly what happened. I said, you're charged with car theft, you're charged with shoplifting, you're charged with evading the police, all that stuff. He said, you won't believe me. Anyway, I convinced him to tell me his story. He said, I didn't steal that car. I said, really? That's a good one. So why were you running from the police? He said, well, because I got a parole warrant. And he said they were after me, I thought, for shoplifting, because he says they got me on camera at Sears and I was running out the door and I jumped into that car and left. But I didn't steal that car. I said, okay, good. How'd you get the car? So, well, this guy comes to our crack shack and he wants some dope. And he said, so I said, give me your keys, I'll go get you some dope. Because that's what they do, and I know that to be true. So he says, I went and got him some dope. Came back to the crack shack, we partied for a bit. Guy liked his dope, he was having a good time. He said, go get me some dope. So he said, did it again. He did it twice. No worries. Went back to the guy. 3rd time. And the guy needs more dope. So he says, this time I decided I needed some stuff for me. And he says, I went to Sears, stole some bed in the bags and stuffed them in the back. He says, but in the meantime, the guy got panicky because he was gone with his car too long. And so he calls you guys and reported it stolen. Anyway, the reason I tell you that, Dennis, is because we didn't charge him for stealing that car, because I believed what he had to tell me. I offered him the opportunity to give his side of the story. I trusted him. I believed in what he told me. And upon completion of that interview with him, he fessed up to his situation, and he get charged for the things that he did. Then I went back to the car, the owner of the car who reported his car stolen. I brought him back in, I sat him down. I said, here's the real truth, mister. And I told him what happened. And he also ended up telling me his truth, which, interestingly enough, coincided with the crackhead. The reason I tell you that, Dennis, is I want to be fair with you. This investigation will be as fair to you as it can be. But there's so much riding on what you have to say. We can't stop it. You know that, Dennis. This has happened. We can't stop it. And now all we can do is deal with it the best way possible. And it comes down to two choices: passion or greed. And I don't know. Part of me says, this guy's a chartered accountant, he's all about money. Then the other part of me, who grew up in an abusive home, says, he was pushed too far. But the policeman in me says, we go down both roads. Because Dennis can't bring himself around to be truthful about what's gone on. So we go down both roads, Dennis. And
I disagree with what you just said,
how so?
because I was told by someone that I'm supposed to trust and honor, or honor is not the right-
Honor, no.
the lawyer,
Mm.
that I don't say anything. So
But doesn't that go against your grain as a person who
it's
makes
very
mistakes?
frustrating. It's very frustrating to sit here and have to listen and to not be able to speak at all, because I can't.
You absolutely can. You're completely
No,
wrong in
I
that.
can't.
You're just following it. You're making a choice, Dennis. You're making a choice to listen to some advice that somebody has given you. And that's all you're basing your decision on, that choice. And it is your choice, not your choice, not anybody else's.
I have to. Okay, I have to. Because
This has got so much riding on it. You know that, Dennis. But the outcome is very much dependent upon you and how you face it. It very much does depend on you and you living in your skin from here on out. And you know, if you take away the severity of this situation, Dennis, and you look at any other kind of scenario, any other kind of situation where a person has made a mistake, there's two ways to clean up that mistake. One is to acknowledge it and to move on with it, and the other one is to deny it. Oh, no. Nope. That's all I can say. Nope.
if I made a mistake, I could acknowledge it through a lawyer. If I didn't make a mistake, I could acknowledge it through a lawyer.
Are you afraid of me? Are you
don't
afraid to-
You don't represent me.
No, Dennis, only you can represent you. Nobody can ever represent you as a person, as a man, as a human being. Nobody can represent who you are. Nobody can represent what you stand for as a human being. Your morals, your values, your purpose in life. Nobody ever represents that. You can't buy that by paying a lawyer. You can't buy that by paying a marketing firm. And listen, this is the image I want to create, a marketing firm, lawyer, or anybody else. This is the image I want to create. I'm a happy guy, smiling all the time, hand out candy. So go ahead, make that image. You can't do that. That doesn't ever happen. What happens is people know you by your actions and your deeds and your words. That's how people know you. You can't have somebody represent that to you because it doesn't mean anything to people. What means something to people is when Dennis hands out candy to poor kids on the street and takes kids for carnival rides and does these altruistic things.
Then why does having a lawyer prevent any of that from happening?
Dennis, I can't answer that because it puts me in a difficult predicament situation. I can't. I can't. It just does. I'd love to say, I'd love to debate that with you, and I'd love to say that, but I can't. So I'm afraid I can't answer that question. I'd love to. I can't. So I come back to the fact that, Dennis, this is about you and your beliefs. This is about you as a person, and this is about your ability to be truthful in a situation and try and put your best foot forward. And I honestly, truly believe I wouldn't be sitting here all this time talking to you if I didn't believe in what I was saying to you. There's two roads to go down for me as an investigator and for the rest of this investigative team. We keep slamming doors all night and bringing new people in and doing this investigation. And we have to consider every plausible scenario. So the whodunit is gone. It's out the window. We know whodunit. Now it's
If it's so easy,
Greed.
why are you afraid of me talking to a lawyer or consulting with a lawyer?
I'm not afraid. We gave you that opportunity and you did.
Yeah, in some sly way. If
No,
you want
no.
to call a lawyer, so I called a lawyer.
And you did. And you spoke with him. And that's exactly what's required of us
You
by
guys are
law.
awfully sneaky.
It's not sneaky at all.
It's very sneaky. It's extremely sneaky. It's so sneaky. It takes away a lot of trust that you.
Oh, please don't talk to me about trust. Please don't do that, Dennis.
So,
You deprived your family of trust in you by your activities, by what you did to your father. So don't talk to me how I've let you down and broken your trust. Please, don't even go there. Do not try to reverse this little role here, because that ain't flying, Dennis. Because your mother is sitting out there. There's trust. There's broken trust. So trust between you and I, if your feelings are hurt, sorry about that.
you're sneaky. That was sneaky.
It's what's required by the law, and that's what we did.
Yeah, well, you're sneaky. You did the minimum, absolute minimum that you could have been required.
I never did
You
the
know,
absolute
you
minimum.
know it. You know in your heart. You talk about your heart. You know in your heart that it is.
Nope,
You're a reasonable man, right?
you're absolutely wrong. Totally, 100%.
Now you're lying to me.
No, not even a little bit.
Yeah.
You'll find that out. You will know in the fullness of time that what I'm saying to you is true and that I have done what is required.
Yes. Yeah,
You will know that in the
absolute
fullness and trial.
Mhm.
We still have a responsibility to the victim of this crime. As dislikable and disagreeable as this man was in his life, we have a responsibility to him and to the rest of his family to ensure that we do a proper, thorough, fair investigation and bring that person to justice. And I'm sitting here looking at the person who's responsible for this. So it comes down to really, Dennis, all it is a question of greed or passion. And, you know, your lack of remorse, and now you going a little bit on the offensive and the attack, saying how unfair you've been treated by, you know, all that sort of stuff. And, you know, it's just, again, that speaks further.
I think it's defensive, not offensive. You made the statement and I defended.
Perspective. But it's skating away from the issue at hand. And the issue at hand is, how do you want to deal with this? And I guess you're still sticking with the dealing, as in not dealing with it. As in not. Just
No, I
plain
just thought
not.
there was a process and
Well, you thought wrong, Dennis. You don't know. You're a chartered accountant. You don't know. You're
I'm
not a
not a-
lifelong
I'm not a
criminal.
chartered
You're not a chartered accountant? I'm
No.
sorry. I apologize for that. I thought you were an accountant. You're an investment?
investment advisor.
I'm sorry. My
It's
mistake.
okay. It's
I've been saying chartered accountant all along, and that
Doesn't mean
probably climbs up you and rubs you the wrong way, and I apologize for that. You're an investment advisor. So I have to do my job properly, Dennis, because my job is to testify in court. I have to have the respect of the court. I have to have the respect of the Crown prosecutors. They have to know that when they take a case to court and that I've been involved, that they aren't going to have to do any backpedaling, and they aren't going to have to cover up and not cover up, but not going to have to try and smooth things over and fix up my mistakes. So rest assured that I have done what's required, and that this investigation will proceed as required. So again, we're coming back to the issue at hand, which is your response to it. And, you know, at some point, I guess we have to say, well, guess what? You know, I've given Dennis every single opportunity to give us what happened in that room. If Dennis doesn't provide us with what's happened in that room, all I know right now is that what Dennis told us, he hasn't said what happened in that room. He's told us things that we know are not true, and the things that we can prove aren't true. So that's all we have, is that Dennis told us something that isn't true. And, you know, I mean, the forensic evidence, all that stuff, that's going to come along. I mean, that's all there, right? And I believe fully that forensic evidence will support what we're saying. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind. So, you know, but I don't know science. I don't claim to and all that. So it just comes back to the situation of Dennis's whole demeanor and attitude and approach, if you will, to our mine. In this case, Steve talked to you for quite a while. Now I've talked to you for quite a while. And so
attitude and approach are to do what I was told to do.
But Dennis, you can't tell me that in every situation of your life, you've taken a piece of advice from somebody who, you, by your own admission, is, you know, anyway, you can't say that you followed every single bit of advice that you've ever been
When
given.
you're being accused of something so big,
Oh, it's big. Oh, it's big, Dennis. I'm glad you appreciate that much, if nothing else.
yeah.
But the point of fact is, Dennis, because it is so big, you just can't walk away from it. And in this early stage of the investigation, at this early time, when you're the person that's in the spotlight, and you are, without a doubt, the person that's responsible for your father's death, you're being given options, you're being given scenarios, if you will, of what could have happened. I mean, I guess maybe what the problem is I haven't hit on anything that really did happen. And so, you know, I don't know. But you know what? The investigation will go where the investigation goes. And it'll prove what it proves. And I mean, it's going to go a whole bunch more different directions, because you, the only person who has direct knowledge at this time, hasn't provided the missing pieces.
And if I did anything wrong, the lawyer will likely tell me to fess up. If I didn't do anything wrong,
I have no idea what a lawyer would say.
Oh, come on.
Okay? All I'm dealing with is you and me. I don't deal with lawyers. Okay? I deal with you and me.
You and I are done.
That's unfortunate. Because it's not over.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if you know that. I think maybe you think you can just pretend it's a bad dream and walk away from it.
No.
There is no denials here, Dennis, anymore. Not that there was any denials in the first place. And that's a telling situation all by itself. You know, but I guess, you know, you're right, because when you say, you know, you and I are done, well, after so long talking, the argument could be made that, hey, he'd say anything to get out of that room by this point.
The argument what?
The argument could be made that, hey, he'd say anything to get out of this room at this point. I just need to talk to my partner for a couple of minutes. I'll be back. Do you want more water or anything? Dennis, I just want to look you square in the eye and give you this opportunity to deal with this right here now, you and I. I know you've had plenty of opportunity to sit here and think about this and to think about where it's going to go. And I hope you fully understand that you're making decisions here that can not be changed, in that this opportunity is growing wings and it will never be presented again for you at this stage, this early stage in the investigation, to say, whoa, please let's talk. Please listen to my side of the story. Please try and understand how and why this situation developed. This is your opportunity, Dennis. Will you take advantage of that opportunity? Will you tell me what happened? It's a yes or no.
No.
We're done. Right this way.